just a word to Mr. Ritt. Unfortunately.
Hello, SMACKER team. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Ritt, we can hear you. Can you hear me as well? Mr. Ritt? Okay, let's continue. Hopefully it works. So, Brian Masson. Okay, before we start our conference, some general information, some housekeepings. So first of all, for the speakers, well, it's common rule that whenever a conference or a presentation is recorded, we have to ask for the permission of the speakers. So if someone, you as a speaker, don't want that your presentation or your slides are recorded, then please tell us before your presentation or shout loud so that we will stop the recording of our conference. Well, as you just realized, we are going for a hybrid event, which means that a lot of people are listening, participating in the conference online. As you just heard, Mr. Ritt, for example, he got COVID recently, so unfortunately he has to stay at home. That's why we asked then the speakers to share the screen. So the conference will be online via Zoom. So I guess most of you know how to proceed. So whenever you give a presentation, share your screen so that the people at home, who are watching the conference, can see your slides, of course. And secondly, whenever we have a discussion, then we ask to use the microphone for the same reason that people at home can listen to your comments, questions, and follow the discussion. Well, another housekeeping rule is we need a list of participants. Of course, we are interested who participated in the conference, so people who are with us or among us in the room has signed the participants list. So if you haven't signed it, we kindly ask you then to sign it during the coffee break or during the lunch break. People are at home. We kindly ask now to give us your full name in the chat and your institution so that we can make a screenshot afterwards just to know who were participating the conference online. Well, clearly, when we are organizing a hybrid event, so again, we ask people who are at home, the online people, to raise the virtual hand. So the idea is that we have a computer over there. So my colleague is watching the chat and take care then whenever you raise your hand for any comments or questions, either online, so raise the virtual hand, and people here in the room just raise your hand because, as I just said, we need a microphone. So whenever you like to say something, comment, to ask something, One of my colleagues will hand over then the microphone. So as I said, the people at home are able to listen the discussion. Yeah, well, COVID, well, it's still there, as our government is saying. So as you might know, and I think you got the information already, just to remind you, we have to wear FFP2 masks here in the room, except the speaker. So this is the advantage when you're the moderator and speaker. So you can then take off your mask. But of course, you know, I mean, everyone knows already to disinfect your hands, to keep distance, and all the well-known rules. But we have to, of course, have to mention that officially. Yeah, food and toilets. So the most important things then during breaks. So the toilets are when you are leaving through the back door here, just to the left. So there are the toilets. Food will be offered here to the left-hand side. So you can have then your coffee during the coffee break, and lunch is served here as well. So just grab your lunch, and we prepared a lot of tables. So the weather is still nice outside, so we prepared some tables outside as well. Of course, when you're eating, you're allowed to take off your mask. To the housekeeping rules. So I hope everything is clear, and then I would like to give you a short overview on the agenda. So what we are expecting within the next couple of hours. So we will start with some welcome speeches by the head of our institute, Astrid Gühnemann, Winfried Ritt, our project officer. You heard him already. And of course, a welcome by our lead partner, Giuseppe Liguori from SRM in Bologna. After that welcome speeches, we will have a keynote. A colleague from the Austrian Federal Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, and so on. This ministry is responsible for transportation. And this ministry published recently the Austrian Mobility Master Plan. So our colleague Lea Püls will give us a short introduction about the contents of the Austrian Mobility Master Plan, about the goals, the ideas, what will be happening in Austria in terms of transportation and changing mobility within the next 10 or 20 years. After that, we have our first roundtable, and you might realize that the idea of the conference is not to have only presentations, but to have discussions as well, organized as roundtables. So the first roundtable will be organized by Lidia Signor from UITP. She will moderate that, and she will then introduce the participants when she will start then these roundtable. In between then or after that, we will have a short coffee break. You see, it's not more than 50 minutes. So the idea is just to grab a coffee. You are allowed to take the coffee in the room, I hope. So just grab it, because you see that at 1 we have scheduled then our network lunch. So which means, as I said before, lunch will be there on the left-hand side, and tables are all around. In between, we have the presentation of the SMACKER ETP activity. So one might ask, what is ETP? So it's the European Transfer Program. So the idea is that we are not dealing with pilot projects, pilot activities within the SMACKER project. The idea of the ETP is to have other regions on board to transfer our findings, to have a discussion with other regions about feasibilities, to exchange it with different framework conditions in different regions all over Europe. This will be moderated by Giuseppe Luppino from ITL. I will then introduce the moderators right before the roundtable sessions. So in the afternoon, we will start then with a presentation of the SMACKER toolbox and guidelines. So you can imagine, after 3 years hard work within the SMACKER project, we produced some guidelines for the public. So this will be published, available then on the website, and a toolbox where you can then select different activities, different items of your interest. So our colleagues from the University of Maribor will give a short presentation about the toolbox and the guidelines which we have developed in the SMACKER project. After that, we have a discussion panel on the SMACKER achievements with the SMACKER Quality Partnership for Seamless Mobility Governance. Just one sentence to that. Apart from the ETP activities with external people, we invited a lot of external experts, again, to have an external or to receive external feedback. So these people were accompanying the SMACKER project, participating in our meetings, available for any feedback whenever we produce deliverables, just to give their viewpoint. The closure keynote then is called The Future of Rural and Peripheral Transport in Europe. Here we invited an external speaker. It's Brian Masson from Modal Transport Solutions. So he will give us then a kind of outlook, what might be some ideas, or as he said in his presentation, the future. So we will have then a presentation, a keynote presentation about the future. So I guess we're all interested in the future. And last but not least, we will show you then the SMACKER video. It's about 5 to 10 minutes. As a result of SMACKER, it's not only the toolbox, not only the guidelines, it's not only written material, paperwork. We produced a video to give a short overview on the SMACKER ideas and the findings. Well, coming now to the welcome, and the first welcome is planned by Astrid Gühnemann. Astrid Gühnemann, as I just said, is the head of our institute. She's professor for transport for sustainable development, and her main research interests are transport environment, sustainability assessment, and strategic transport modeling. Astrid Gühnemann holds a diploma in business energy and a PhD in economics from the University of Karlsruhe. Before she took over the position as a professor at our institute, she was senior lecturer in transport policy at the Institute for Transport Studies in Leeds, and she was head of the Transport System Analysis Division at the German Aerospace Center in Berlin. Astrid, please.
Thank you very much, Oliver. I hope this microphone is working. So I want to extend a very warm welcome to everybody who is here and online. So I tried to put all the languages of Central European countries on that. So if yours is missing, give me a shout. I'm not trying to pronounce them. My language is not that good. So just let me extend it to you as speakers, as project partners, as interested people. And we are really happy to have you here in Austria, in Vienna. beautiful Austria, beautiful and enjoyable Vienna, I don't think I have to introduce to you. Weather is relatively nice, so you'll get an impression how livable the city of Vienna is generally. I wanted to say a few words about us, about BOKU and our institute, and why this relates so well to the work that has been done in SMACKER. So BOKU is this year celebrating its 150th anniversary. So actually today and tomorrow we have a Futures conference. And at this point, I'd like to thank our IT people to support us, even though they have a lot of work in parallel with the other conference. So a very, very warm thank you to you for your support. Our university was originally founded as an agricultural university when there weren't so many buildings up here at Türkenschanze, which had to do with the war against the Turks and the military background, this area. It was then converted into a cottage living area, so nice living area. And as far as I know, this building, the next door building was a big hospital, Exnerhaus. So BOKU moved in here in 1896, so quite a long time. And now we have 3 campuses, one further to the city center and one outside in Tulln, and a total of about 3,000 staff and a bit more than 12,000 students. So it's not one of the biggest universities, but what connects this to SMACKER is, first of all, its relation to rural and peripheral areas. So they play a very big role in our research, as well as the topic of sustainability. And sustainability is also a big topic for our institute, which is our kind of vision to teach and research in sustainable transport and mobility solutions, but also, as in SMACKER, transfer this together with people from practice, from regions, from ministries, but also from manufacturers into practice. So analyzing and forecasting mobility and demand-oriented solutions are only a couple of topics which we research in, which relate very well to SMACKER. So we are a medium-sized institute, 3rd floor in this building. If you want to pop by, have a look, it's quite nice. And we do, as I said, a lot of teaching and research. So again, welcome to this event. I hope you'll have an enjoyable day, a very productive day, and enjoy the setting and that everything works well. Thank you very much.
For the short introduction of our institute and also from the host.
Small present for the host and this cheese from our I hope you can enjoy.
We will definitely enjoy it from the institute. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So kind.
Thank you, Astrid. Our next welcome is from our project officer, Winfried Ritt. I hope, Mr. Ritt, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Let me give you just a short introduction. Mr. Ritt studied spatial planning at the Technical University in Vienna and urban and regional planning at the Technical University in Berlin. He started his career as a researcher at the Department of Landscape Architecture at the Technical University in Vienna. Then he worked for a couple of years in a private civil office at the civil engineer, and since November 2007, he's project manager of the Interreg CENTRAL EUROPE program. Mr. Ritt, please.
So thank you for the introduction and thank you for inviting me to your final conference. And let me just come back to the issue why I'm not on the spot at BOKU, because the project started in 2019, 3 years ago. It was still a world without COVID. And I was recovered only last week from a COVID infection, so I choose to participate via Zoom to avoid a spreader event at the final conference. Just to explain this, because of course the JS is also located in Vienna, and it would be quite natural to come to you and also for this informal exchange. So my main input for today is to bridge a little bit between the project and the program, and between the past and the future, bridging the gap from the ongoing phasing out program to the new program. So let me face the future first. We have the new program adopted by the Commission end of March, so pretty close. We have the first call closed by end of February. So we have already 280 applications in this first call based on the new program. And out of this 280 applications, we have 10% of projects dealing with transport and mobility. We expect the funding decisions for those projects by end of the year, so that they can start at the beginning of 2023, which is, I think, pretty soon. Funding is available, the program is approved, the projects are on the table, and they are now in the assessment phase and will start next year. And already during this assessment of the first call, we of course think about the second call, which will be launched next year. So there are more opportunities for you already next year. So this is a short outlook on the future, but what is about the heritage of the past, the knowledge base of Central Europe, and of course of the program from 2014 to 20. And this knowledge base is of course provided by the project, but we offer different formats how to access these results and achievements even after the end of the project, because this is sometimes the challenge, that the project website closes and then a lot of valuable knowledge is lost. So we host the program websites at the program, the project websites at the program website, and we will continue to maintain them. So the project websites will be available in the future. And then we have an own section on our website about project stories, an own blog where we focus stories of projects. And the third format is the output library. So the most important results to be in a separate library, easy to search from a thematic perspective. This is the three formats that we offer for knowledge management and capitalization. And not to forget the database of Interact that is covering all Interreg programs across Europe. So if you have an interest in a wider search, what are the neighbors in Alpine space or Danube are doing, or in the Baltic Sea, or in cross-border programs, the Interact Keep database is the perfect tool for you. And as cooperation and knowledge management is always about people, and people matter. It's not about technical tools, but in the end, you need active players that bring people together. And so before I hand back to the moderator for my short input, I want to thank the team of the lead partner, the team around Giuseppe Luppino, who was active and really passionate and committed, who invested so much into stimulating, facilitating, and motivating this team, so that from a project proposal, we arrive in the final conference and the results and achievement that we will see in the next hours. And again, thank you for this good cooperation, and handing back to you as a moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Ritt, for the outlook of the future, and how the progress and the achievements will be further on. There are further on opportunities. So last but not least, as I said, the welcome, and it was just mentioned, Giuseppe Luppino. He studied law at the Alma Mater Studiorum at the University of Bologna. And he is a General Affairs Manager and Project Manager at Serena, which is the local transport operators. And as Mr. Ritt just said, he guided us and he was in the lead even during the COVID phase. So Giuseppe, please.
Thank you very much, Oliver. I hope you can hear me. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's with a great pleasure that I welcome you today as the SMACKER project coordinator. As some of you already had the opportunity to investigate, the SMACKER project is a project that aims to unify, as in the spirit of the Interreg Central Europe program that financed it. In particular, the main objective of the project has been to bring together territories and people, and specifically the most remote territories, thus most difficult to be reached by large infrastructure, the beautiful hills and mountains that surround our cities and valleys, the suburbs that become welcoming places to live, rural areas with a tourist vocation that offer well-being away from city congestion. The intent of SMACKER has been to express the authentic sense of public mobility to its fullest potential, bringing the on-demand public transport to the most remote places, or studying integrated solution between existing services and on-demand services to optimize the presence and the capillarity of public transport. Truly a complex project, rich in diversity and the need to grow together to cooperate for its success. The 4 pillars on which SMACKER is based have outlined a complex working methodology that involves various dedicated steps. We started with pillar 1, focusing on understanding, to increase our skills and those of the stakeholders involved by reviewing best practices all around the world and sharing them through specific trainings. In the context of pillar 2, called participation, we activated the community of interest and the community of practices through the so-called local mobility forums established in all our reference territories to co-design services and campaigns through the participatory processes. We have also based our action on innovative methodologies as required by Pillar 3, innovation, to implement pilot activities by adopting innovative approaches such as nudging, communication, gamification, co-design, marketing, and branding. The final objective has been to help local communities to redesign their transport services according to the user needs and encourage people to use them, thus feeding public transport. Finally, in Pillar 4, called Impact, we have aligned our actions with requirement KPIs deriving from SUMPs and other strategic plans, and we measure the contribution to strategic objectives at local level. For the well-known reasons linked to the pandemic, after only 12 months from the start of the project, it seemed very strange to all of us to talk about mobility in a fully immobile and totally changed world, where the mobility of people had become an illusion. We gave up many things during the pandemic, but if we are here today, it means that we have never given up on believing that SMACKER would one day celebrate the achievement of its targets. We have tenaciously developed our plans, organizing meetings and forums with external experts by exploiting the potential of conference call. We have interacted with and cooperated in project consortium using all the necessary means, thus overcoming the impossibility of having face-to-face meetings. It was a pity not to be able to meet in person in recent years, not to be able to experience moments of networking like the one of yesterday evening, and this exchange of views live, sitting around the table, perhaps in the company of good local food and wine. But certainly, the quality of the cooperation has never diminished, and for this, I would like to thank all the partners of the project, both the technical and the scientific one, who day after day have responded promptly to the challenges of managing a complex project in an even more complex period. It is from the live voices of the project partners that today we will hear a brief glimpse of what has been done at the local level as part of the activities envisaged by the SMACKER project. After this opening session, there will be a roundtable moderated by Mrs. Lidia Signor, Combined Mobility Manager at UITP, in which the protagonist of the SMACKER project will summarize in a few minutes the 3 years of work carried out in the implementation of the pilot at local level and discuss the main results with the audience. Before leaving the floor to the first keynote speaker of the day, please allow me to thank the Joint Secretariat of the Interreg Central Europe program, and in particular, Mr. Winfried Ritt and Mr. Damir Fak, and their colleagues for having placed their trust in us and for having followed us step by step in the realization of SMACKER. My colleague Chiara Lepori, very attentive and scrupulous project manager who joined SRM when the project had already begun, but who from that moment on dictated the implementation times of all the project activities on a daily basis, bringing up to here. Again, the project partners who have committed themselves for 3 years and carried out the planned activities despite the adversities, the ATP followers who brought the experiences and skills acquired in the project beyond the borders of the pilot cities, the members of the SMACKER Quality Partnership for Seamless Mobility Governance, and all those who collaborated in the success of this project. All of you present here today in Vienna and in streaming, and finally, the BOKU colleagues for their hospitality in these intense but pleasant days. Almost 5 years have passed and about 9,000 emails since the first SMACKER idea, born in September 2017, in collaboration with ITL colleagues. Where is Giuseppe? Thank you, Giuseppe. And SMACKER is already an adult. He has already given his contribution to the partners and territories involved, bringing knowledge and innovation through a great methodology, that of cooperation. And in the sign of a renewed desire for cooperation, by inviting all of you to take advantage of this conference to exchange the ideas we have for a common growth, I greet you and thank you. Wishing you a good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Giuseppe, for the overview on the SMACKER project, and in particular for the nice words to your colleagues. Thank you. Before we are going to have a more inside view into SMACKER, we've asked Lea Püls for a keynote speech. She will give us a short overview and insight of the Austrian Transport Master Plan. Lea Püls holds a master in socio-ecological economics and policy at the Vienna University of Economics and Business. She started as a researcher at the Sustainable Europe Research Institute and is since 2020 at the ministry, where she is an officer for climate and environmental policy issues in transport. Lea, please.
Hello, thank you very much for the introduction. What can I see? Can I see the slides? Sorry. No problem. Okay. And thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for inviting me to this project. I'm very happy to see SMACKER as an adult. I didn't see it as a child, but I'm happy to see the research of such a, I would say, challenging research question that you're having, challenging research question with mobility services in rural areas. I'm going to present you the mobility master plan. It's, we always say it's a map for us and a compass. It shows for us the ways to climate neutrality in the transport sector. So it was written by the Ministry of Climate Action and so on. And it was solely written by the Ministry of Climate Action by almost 100 experts from the ministry. And I started working 2 years ago, and ever since it has been on my desk. What's the content of my presentation? I'm going to talk about 3 things. What's the climate policy content of the Mobility Master Plan? What are its key points? And the last point I'm going to talk about is, what are we doing now? What's the outlook? So the climate policy context. Here you can see how the Mobility Master Plan is embedded on a governance level. As you all know, Paris Climate Agreement. Austria, as part of the EU, has ratified the Paris Climate Agreement and is obliged to implement these goals. The European Union, in order to fulfill this Paris Climate Agreement, has set itself the target to become climate neutral in 2050. And what does this mean for Austria? Austria, as a highly industrialized country, needs to be climate neutral earlier than other countries. So the government program says we want to be climate neutral in 2040. And anchored in the government program is or was the Mobility Master Plan. It describes pathways to reach climate neutrality in 2040 in the transport sector. So what are the key points? What is the basic structure of the Mobility Master Plan? We use the classical ASI approach in order to structure our plan. And we packed it into a pyramid as well. So the most important thing at the bottom is avoid traffic, and then shift traffic and improve traffic. And so what was new? What was new with our strategy for such a long-term strategy at the government is that we use the backcasting model. Not forecasting, but backcasting, saying that we have the year 2040. What do we want in the year 2040? We want all land transport modes being decarbonized. And the second premise, renewable energy comes from Austria. And through that means we have a limited amount of energy for the transport sector. And because of the limited amount of energy, we need maximum efficiency in the technologies. And with that premises, we calculated 3 results. The 3 results is first, it's also with the avoid, shift and improve. First, decoupling of GDP growth and freight transport, that's the avoid part. Second, sustainable shift to environmental alliance. And third, the future on the road is electric. What was also new is that we have those 3 results, and we quantified the results that I'm going to talk about in the next 3 slides. So with the decoupling of GDP growth and freight transport, we need, and we are aiming to, that's also one of our hardest goals, to decouple GDP growth from freight transport. Here you can see the graph that says on the red line, it shows the historical rise of road transport, road freight transport. And at the point says where we are now, and we need to stabilize the growth of the road transport. The growth the remaining growth needs to be captured by the rail. So in a model shift, you can see here the road transport, 67% modal shift. It's a little bit decreased, but not very much. But the rail transport has a 31% modal shift, and we want to increase it by 34 or 40%. That also depending on how we can achieve this on a European level. Second result, we want a substantial shift towards the environmental alliance. So, as I already said, we have limited amount of energy, and for reaching this climate neutrality, it's only possible that we decrease the passengers kilometers done by motorized vehicles. So it needs to be decreased to the level of the 1990s, almost, approximately. And this needs to be partially captured by the environmental alliances. So here you can also see the model split in passengers transport by mode. So we have now 2018 till 2040, we want to shift the relationship. Now we have 60% ways done by motorized vehicles, and it should become to 40% and 60% done by the environmental alliances. And then our third goal is the future of the road is electric. So what are our phase out dates that we calculated with this backcasting approach? First of all, 2025, taxis, rental cars, and car sharing needs to be 100% electric. With the buying of the cars needs to be 100% electric. Then in 2030, so 5 years earlier than the European Union, it's for passenger cars and two-wheelers and buses, 2032. And then we have light-duty vehicles, and then we have, oh, there should be heavy-duty vehicles with 2035. So what is the outlook? So now we published the Mobility Master Plan last summer in July. What are we doing now? What is really important, what I want to say is we have those quantitative goals. And now, for the first time, we want to do public and monitoring with that. So every year now, it should be in 1 month approximately, we are going to publish the in-nowcast report done by the Federal Environmental Agency, how we progress in the transport sector. So the main indicator is, of course, CO2 emissions in the transport sector. And then we add some basic indicators like transport performance, modal split, transport network and development. And this monitoring will be also extended year to year. So we will have a better monitoring with better data year to year. And we just want to make it really transparent. How is the progress or is not the progress being done in the transport sector? I think that's also, yeah, that's one of the really important work that we are doing, not to have the strategy and just put it in underneath your desk and just leave it there, but just to make it, okay, we have those quantitative goals and we want to say how we progress with those. And now, so we have the Mobility Master Plan, and it's more or less for this big topic that it covers, it's really a short plan, and it just gives the basic goals. Right now we are working, or we have been working on implementation strategies in the different fields. So for instance, I'm going to talk about the different fields, but we can see we have the aviation strategy, we have mobility law, we have a master plan for freight and transport. And we also have the climate ticket. That's a really famous example of the implementation strategies. And as you might know, it's a ticket that is easily affordable. It's a ticket for all trains, buses, trams, and metros in Austria. And it's really, yeah, you can see it's just costs a little bit more than €1,000 per year. And it's really convenient to obtain it. It's just, you can buy it online, and it's for, or on counters, and it's just for all transport associations. Then another implementation strategies that is, my colleague is just working on it. It's called the shared mobility strategy. That might be really important also for you. It will be published at the end of this year, at the end of 2022. And here you can see a little bit how it structures. It aims at the top of the pyramid, or so it aims at supplementary services and transport on demand. And briefly, the implementation strategy walking master plan. So with the walking master plan, we just want to put walking a little bit a higher priority. And then the last implementation strategy that I just briefly want to cover is the cycling master plan. There we have those field of actions. They all contribute to our goal that is also anchored in the mobility master plan to almost double the cycling share by 2025. And also now with having this plan, all federal states in Austria have also a goal for bicycling shares. Oh. So thank you very much for your attention. I just want to highlight what one of the premises is from the mobility master plan is that the renewable energy stems from Austria. So it does not only lead us to the Paris Climate Agreement, but also to energy independence. And just also the recent developments show us that it is more important than ever to think about climate change and the independence of energy supply as being inextricably linked. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting and comprehensive insight, Giuseppe. First. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
She's from
Are there any questions or comments to the presentation of Lea Püls? One of my colleagues the microphone, so when someone is raising his hand.
Thank you very much for your presentation, very interesting. We talked about electrification of the transport, and you saw the timeline, was very interesting on the timeline. Is this about total fleet or the selling of the new vehicles?
The second one, the selling of the new vehicles, yeah.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from the audience? Are there questions online? Someone? Well, then I have a question. Are there any findings from the pandemic which we can use to build on? Because as far as I know, it was 2018 when you published the master plan. So it was before the pandemic.
We published it this last summer. So in July.
Yeah, we worked on that.
We worked on it.
So
yeah, it started during the pandemic when we worked on it. I mean, I'm not a researcher, but one chapter that we want to highlight is with the avoid traffic, that we need to, of course, use the tendencies with home office to not having many people commuting to work. Now, I mean, so you can see in in the CO2 emissions from the transport sector. They declined in 2019, I think, but now they are also rising again. So many people are commuting again and going by flight. But yeah, we of course we want to help this tendency for more home office, to not having people commute too much.
Hi, Lidia Signor from UITP. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting approach that testing, so to use the improve, shift, and void approach. I wanted to ask you if you can explain your second point that was about the substantial shift to environmental alliances. Can you tell what this environmental alliance means exactly?
So I just wanted to sum up environmental alliances with trains, bicycles, public transport in general. So all this together. So you can see the blue, the green, and the other green. This just a sum up of the rail, active mobility, and other public transport.
It's a very Austrian term.
Ah, okay.
Hello, thank you for a very interesting presentation. I'm Gabriela Minchkova from Prague, and I would like the climate neutral sustainable mobility pyramid. If you could show it on the screen, because what is important is the first, really the most important is the first principle, avoid traffic. And in this connection, I would like to mention the 15-minute city, and I would like to ask, because I think most of you know that 15-minute city is a city where you can meet your needs within a walking distance, and I would like to ask if you have some examples of practical implementation of this concept in Vienna or other cities.
That's a really good question. I don't have any example because we are at a federal level, and I just wanted to maybe point out that this is the most important target, avoid traffic, but it's also one of the hardest ones. Also one of the hardest one for being on a federal government, because the states, the cities, like you have the federal government and then the states and then the municipalities, and the municipalities have a lot to say in where to build a road or in this basic spatial planning. And so that's also one of our hardest goals that we have, and one of the most important ones. We can influence this a little bit with giving money, and we want to have we call it climate partnerships with the federal states to say, okay, we only give you money if you make some certain things, like make it more sustainable ways of transport. But this is also in progress, and yeah, so I cannot give you a good example for that, but maybe some other colleagues know it more for Vienna. Yeah, but yeah, you can see it's at the bottom, but it's the highest priority, and then shift the second highest, and then third improve. It's also really important, but yeah, we have the limited amount of energy. We can only go to electric vehicles, as you probably all know, only so much. But it's probably the easiest goal that we can achieve, because you can see from so many car manufacturers that they're already shifting to electric vehicles on a high scale. So that's probably our easiest goal. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Is there a question online? Can we hear the person who raised the question?
Hello, is that my question, Roman?
Keep on going, Brian. Let's hear it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. just wondering, given the economic crisis that we're facing across the world at the moment, and the impacts of COVID on passenger numbers and the likes, and people wondering what the world's going to look like, do you think people will be able to afford electric cars, and as we thought we might be able to do prior to the energy cost hikes in the last few months? And from the bus company's point of view, with reduced demands caused by COVID, what kind of vehicles do they really need for the future? Do we need to have a period of reflection before we go ahead and invest highly in new types of vehicles based on demands that were there prior to COVID, prior to the economic crisis? So I know that we want to see a cleaner environment, but do we need a period of reflection to understand the demands facing Austria and every country in Europe, and so for the operators and the funders to make sure that we're making the best investment to meet the known demands of the future, or the possible demands of the future? It's not going to be easy, but the master plan was based on previous demands. I think the world has changed dramatically, and do we need to take a period to reflect?
So
Thanks, Brian.
thank you for your statement. And I think the question was, what kind of vehicles do we need, where we should take a break and see what's the future demand? I mean, it is clear for us that e-mobility will be the future for passenger vehicles. It's sometimes for some stakeholders, they still haven't got that yet, but yeah, we need e-mobility for passenger vehicles. For heavy duty vehicles, was ist Wasserstoff? We need hydrogen cars, of course, but since we're having this energy, this short amount of energy, in the future it will be even shorter. We need to look at the most energy efficient solutions for our fleet, for our vehicles. And also we are subsidizing in our ministry e-mobility cars, and we try not to subsidize SUVs, for instance. There's a certain cap with like they don't get subsidized as much. So yeah, we just want the most energy efficient vehicles.
Thanks a lot. One final.
Yes, thank you. Alicia Pawłowska from the yes, working. Okay, Alicia Pawłowska from the city of Gdynia. I would like to ask you if this the master plan includes goals, maybe mainly, or also the actions that you each master plan has a list of actions that you recommend, or is that left to the cities, for example?
So we have it on a really high level scale, so we don't have detailed measurements written in the master plan, but in the implementation strategies that I show you with the circle, for each path, like master plan for freight transport, we have specific measurements that we want to take, and they're also worked out with stakeholder rounds and with cities and so on, and with companies. Here in our master plan, we solely focus on like the bigger picture.
So thanks a lot. We have to stop here due to time reasons. Thanks a lot for the interesting presentation, and I realized that there's a lot of interest. Maybe the master plan is on the website. Unfortunately, it's in German only.
No, we have both versions. It's also written in English.
So if one of you is interested, just approach Lea. You might give them the web address to the interested people, so where you can then have a look on your master plan. So thanks again.
Thank you.
So now we are moving on to our first round table session. The first round table session is about the key findings from SMACKER pilot regions and action plans. It will be moderated by Lidia Signor. Lidia Signor, just to introduce her very briefly, she holds a master's degree from the École de Pont in France in mobility planning and design. After specialization in international cooperation in developing countries, with a particular focus on cities at the Paris School of Urban Planning and in transport. She more recently specialized in European project management, and today she is the combined mobility manager at the UITP, looking at ways to combine different mobility offers in complementary with classic public transport to foster alternatives to private cars and create better mobility. So I asked the participants then to join. You have the list. Probably you will then briefly introduce the participants of the round table. So again, I ask whenever you are giving a statement or raise any questions to use the microphone. So just to be reminded.
All right, that's right. Do you want it's better because it's actually for them. So then they have one slide. So basically it's like now it's and then when I introduce one, they have one slide. Okay, so if you can do that, so let me that's yeah, okay, okay, thank you. Okay, can you hear me? I guess it's fine. All right. So thank you very much for the introduction. I prefer to stay here with the speaker section so I can see them. And I can see you all, also the audience here. So thank you very much to the organizers for having me here. And also welcome to you to this first roundtable and to these speakers. We're going to learn about the key findings from the first-hand experience of this public project. So I come from an organization, the UITP, that dates back to the time where we were hosted in the spirit. Okay? But since with the rise of new and less new mobility services, many things have changed. And in the last 10-15 years, the UITP has been working on combined mobility, which is basically we look at ways to strengthen public transport by complementary mobility services and make it easier for people to go door to door, but also to go for a multimodal lifestyle, thus getting rid of the burden of a private car. So combined mobility is nothing less than freeing people from car dependence and giving them back choice. All right, the benefits are big. We have seen a little bit from the Austrian case. So economic development, social equity, mitigation of climate crisis, as we were saying. But yes, I agree with you. The challenge is also very big. And but also the dream is big. And as you can see from this room, I'm not the only one. So how do we get there? In places like old Europe, where the majority of people are relying on private cars to move, especially in suburban and rural areas, it means to find reliable alternatives accessible to everybody. And of course, more respectful of our planet and our quality of life. So according to a recent exploratory research, that we did at UITP with members, we found that combining high quality public transport with more tailored, on-demand and shared mobility services can go a long way towards overcoming long-standing mobility deficits in rural areas. So successful strategies must embrace the different scale and needs of rural areas and build upon a set of preconditions for combined mobility solutions to unlock their potential. So these preconditions are awareness, first of all, political will, of course, effective governance to decide responsibilities, regulation, but also technical assistance skills, funding and infrastructure to increase multimodal connectivity. It is therefore a real pleasure for me, raised myself in the countryside of Italy, but urban mobility planner by training, to be moderating today this roundtable and be learning with you about the main findings of the SMACKER project, touching at those different preconditions through the very real cases of the city of Gdynia in Poland, the district of Prague, Suzdal in Czech Republic, the and I missed my line now, sorry. Well, I can continue by heart actually. Well, we have Gdynia, we have Suzdal, we're gonna have also Slovenia with Murska Sobota. We're going to have the region of East Tyrol in Austria, the city of Budapest in Hungary, and the metropolitan city of Bologna in Italy. So before giving the floor to our speakers here, I'm going to introduce one by one. Before going into that, we're going to travel through Central Europe, as you can see in the slide, from north to south. That's where we're going to travel. I'd like to ask you, the audience, a question. So one of the most well-known solutions applied to suburban and rural areas is composed of flexible on-demand minibuses or cars, also taxis. The service is often called DRT, demand responsive transport. We're going to hear a bit this term today. And it doesn't have fixed stops or timetable and run on demand via an app or a call center. So the question is, who has already used a DRT in a suburban or rural area? So for people in the room here, please, if the answer is yes, please stand up. And for the people online, well, maybe you can raise your hands online and then people can tell us. Okay. Okay. So we have for people online, they cannot see the room. Okay, we have 4 people out of 40. Okay, that's not bad, that's not bad, that's very good actually. All of you, okay. Classes speakers, all right, classes speakers. So we expect very good questions from you, since you are the expert before me, okay? And speakers, look at the others. Those are the ones that you have to persuade, okay? There are solutions for suburban and rural areas. Okay, so are we ready to start? Yes. So with this, I'll introduce one by one, and I give you the word. So I start with Alicia Pavlovska. So Alicia, I have it here. She is head of Sustainable Mobility Unit in Investment Department in Gdynia, in Poland. She initiates and is responsible for local initiatives on mobility management in the city of Gdynia. And since 2019, Alicia is involved in the development of a sustainable mobility plan for Gdańsk-Gdynia so-called metropolitan areas. Alicia holds a degree from Gdańsk University, a master in marketing and business management. Alicia, the floor is yours. Please tell your story.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much. I would like to talk about the peripheral area, our pilot area, Hanžič, which is a peripheral of the city of Gdynia. It is a very dynamically growing, a very dynamically growing area of the whole city, mostly residential areas. It needs to improve the infrastructure because it is growing so fast, the infrastructure does not catch up with it. Public transport offer also is not attractive enough for people to use it more often than the car. Thus, the high motorization rate of that area. Therefore, we wanted to look at the area in a very complex way and treat it in a complex way. And we elaborated the mobility plan for the district. This is a first such mobility plan in the city. And we collaborated to have it with many different stakeholders. But most important for us was to talk to the residents, to the citizens, to the district council, gather a lot of data, make a lot of surveys to know what we are talking about and to tailor the solutions to the needs. The main aim of the plan was to strengthen the PT offer, making it a backbone for mobility of the district. We also in the SMACKER project created urban islands where we wanted to transform the normal bus stops into places where people can get information on, for example, where to transfer to their destinations, on information of the city events, what is happening in the city. With this, we introduced EX and real-time information. We also put in shelters, bus shelters where they were needed, because this was also lacking in some places. We put in some benches and made it green with plants to make the waiting time for passengers much more pleasant and also see shorter. But making the area around the bus stop, of course, was not the only thing. We wanted to make the public transport offer more attractive, so we cooperated very closely with the Public Transport Authority to optimize the offer. We made fewer lines out of the ones that were functioning there to make the public transport service more transparent to the user. And we also increased the frequency of the buses. So in the morning and afternoon rush hour, there was a bus every 10 minutes on the main routes. Thanks to this, people going to use the bus don't have to really check any timetable. They just they can go and be helped. Also, we wanted to integrate the main backbone that was offered with other means of transport to increase co-modality. So we designed two park and rides systems with the possibility of also leaving bicycles at the bus stops and change to the buses. And we cooperated with the e-scooter operators and were able to open a functionality that the e-scooters were also rented from the district and being able to leave it there. Other scooter operators, e-scooter operators, were only functioning in the city center. So this was a good development and a new offer of mobility for the citizens, for the residents, which they very much appreciated. But not only these things. In the mobility plan, we also, of course, talked about the DRT offer. We were not able to introduce it, but we talked to the citizens and with mobility experts. We elaborated the best route that would be used or that could be used in the future. We talked about different types of vehicles that could function on this route, how it could function, and the times and the possible costs. So we tried to establish the main information of the framework for future implementation. And now, after the SMACKER project, the main elements are finished. We are, of course, not finishing our work. We are still going on with the different elements of implementing the mobility plan. So it was a good start, but not the end for us.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to continue to our second speaker. We have Gabriela Hanžič here. She can pronounce it better than me, but I try. So I'm going to introduce her. Gabriela is a member of the council in the city district Prague, and is responsible for sustainable mobility issues. She holds a degree in economics from the University of Prague and got an MBA degree from the Anglo-American University of Prague. And on the side note, I have to highlight that she is Women International Master in Chess since 2000, and she was Czech Women Champion and Junior Champion in 1997. Okay, so please. Thank you. I'm going to talk about our pilot area in the northwestern part of Prague metropolitan region.
Our city district is called Prague-Sudo. It's one of the 57 city districts in the capital of Prague. And we are located on the border of the city of Prague in central Bohemia region. And there are big challenges and problems related facilities and other services, and inhabitants of these municipalities have to travel to Prague to meet their needs there, and most of them travel by car. So our city district and also other districts on the border between Prague and central Bohemia are negatively affected by increasing car traffic. So we wanted to address this problem within a SMACKER project. And of course, our main objective, one of our main objectives was to better connect Prague and central Bohemia by sustainable modes of transport and reduce the negative impact of car traffic on the environment. And since we are in a situation where in the Czech Republic, there is unclear DRT legislation, low awareness of DRT, and not very few success stories. So we had to start somewhere, and we completed a feasibility study, which is a complex study of a multimodal terminal on the border of Prague and central Bohemia. And this multimodal terminal, it's not only a parking right for cars, but it will also host other public transport services, buses from the neighboring municipalities, and also DRT services. And we thought it was a good occasion to increase awareness of DRT and show that it could work once this multimodal terminal is completed. So we can not only regular bus lines could be operated there, but also public transport, especially at late evening hours or on weekends. And together with the feasibility study, we also one of the prerequisites for the introduction of for the future implementation of DRT is to test interest and efficiency of bus connections between city district Prague-Sudo and the neighboring municipalities. And in cooperation with a public transport operator, Rapid, and some of the municipalities, we launched a new bus line in September 2021. But I must say, due to COVID restrictions, it's difficult to evaluate the real impact, because people were afraid of using public transport during lockdowns. So it's still too short time to be able to say whether there is potential or not. But I believe it is, because Prague-Sudo is a very strategic location. There's also a large university with University of Life Sciences with 20,000 students and over 3,000 employees. So it's also an important destination. And then we have a very good connection from Prague-Sudo to the city center. So already now inhabitants from the municipalities can travel to Prague-Sudo. Part of them actually work there or study at the university, and the other can continue then to the city center. We also implemented a behavior change campaign. We arranged several nudging activities, local mobility events for local residents and commuters. For example, discussion meetings on sustainable mobility, which included also DRT. So local residents got familiar with these issues. During lockdowns, it was more complicated. So summer meetings were held within in the period where restrictions were lifted, or some of the restrictions, and we also arranged online events. And one of the nudging activities, there were two nudging activities related to walking, because walking is very important part of every public transport trip. And we found out that one of the main barriers for people to use public transport is they are not willing to walk, for example, more than 500 meters. So we wanted to show them that walking is important, is enjoyable, is good for the health and environment. So we arranged 10,000 step challenge, which is a competition in cooperation with an NGO. It was actually a national competition, but we took actively part in this challenge and promoted it in our city district. And altogether, more than 100 people participated for 1 month. They would walk and upload their activities in an online application. And then we also arranged a walk to school competition where we involved our local schools, both kindergartens and elementary school, and children would have to walk and write down on a table in their classroom how they traveled to school, whether they walked or cycled or went by public transport or by car, and then they got points. And then we all the participants, over 500 children, took part in this competition, and all the participants got prize awards, diplomas with a SMACKER logo, and articles related to sustainable mobility. And then we had local mobility forum meetings with representatives of neighboring municipalities, the city of Prague, public transport operators, mobility experts, and so on. And we arranged altogether 8 local mobility forum meetings and signed an agreement on cooperation in order to ensure that SMACKER pilot activities can continue after the project is ended.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. I think you can see the variety actually of actions that took place in both places, and you can see also from the slides behind. You have a map every time, and for the case of Gdynia and Prague, the district of Stuttgart, you have a little bit of context. So you see it's more of a suburban. It's very much near to the border of the city. So it's that kind of environment, and they have similar challenges. And perhaps I'd like to ask both of them a question, because I see there's an interesting message in what they're saying. That mobility of people is indeed complex and needs many different types of actions, from the most soft nudging and all of that to the most hard, as people in public transport they like to say, frequency of buses, etc. That's what you can see also, that you cannot start from scratch to implement a flexible public transport solution. Both of them that were mentioned in it, and you need to create conditions for it. And so I was curious to hear from Alicia and Gabriela about how you see these conditions for DRT, in particular the next steps that you see ahead of you, because both of you started something with the SMACKER project. Where are you going? What next steps do you see?
Yes, so I mentioned that we completed this feasibility study on the multimodal terminal, and part of the feasibility study is an analysis, evaluation of the RT potential, and we are aware that it could work. It takes some time, but as I said, one of the first steps is to raise awareness. We have to also verify whether it fits, whether it is compatible with the current legislation. I know there has been some pilot cases in other regions in the Czech Republic. So we need to speak also to some experts on legislation. I think it could work, but still we need to check it out. And also, as I said, we introduced this regular bus line that we need to evaluate the results and see. And I'm starting because I tested it myself a couple of times, and I see there is potential, especially for the RT, because this bus line goes at certain fixed times. It's so that it fits the schedule of the university and of the schools, because there are students and people commuting. but when they want to travel at a different time, so they need to wait 1 hour, 2 hours. And I think that DRT could fill this mobility gap for in the regular bus line services. But of course, we need to continue discussions also with the neighboring municipalities. And we would like also to involve experts to discuss next steps, and we will see. But we are convinced that there is potential. You need to start somehow, and we will, when we continue the preparation, like the feasibility study is finished, but then there will be next steps, because it will be also as input, it will serve as input for Prague spatial planning documents. So we want it to be included there, and also to start broader discussion with Prague representatives, because we will have new municipal elections now in September. So it will be also important for us that the new local government, Prague government, but then we have also local governments in the city district, are willing to continue to and to support our efforts to implement the RT.
Yeah, very important political support. Yes. Thanks. Yeah, Alicia, how about the next steps in Gdynia?
The next step in Gdynia, well, as we have no legal framework on the national level yet, but we were able to talk to the citizens and establish the routes or the main areas that would need to be covered by public transport system, DRT, optimally. But for now, we would like to start operating a shuttle bus, which would be, which would have stops, which would have a schedule, and would be kind of the first step to then changing it to a DRT, to a more flexible offer. But we have also seen that when elaborating the mobility plan for the district, we can not only look at the boundaries, administrative area, but we have to look wider and on the functional area. So we started and will continue increase talks with the adjacent municipality, because we see a lot of traffic coming from there, car traffic coming from there and going to, for example, the city center also. So we also have to limit that, and already there is a survey done among the citizens of the adjacent commune to ask them if they need to have they would like to use a shuttle bus, basically, from the commune to the pilot area that we are covering. So they would have also a different choice than the car. So it's baby steps, but definitely in the right direction.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to move one by one to the next speakers. So if I can have, yes, no, keep it. We're going to do the next one. Okay. So I'm going to introduce to you Lea Püls. So today is International Project Manager at Development Center Murska Sobota in Slovenia, and is Chief Regional Development Planner in the Pomurje region. Almost close, okay. He holds a doctorate and assistant professorship in metaphysics from the University of Ljubljana and is research fellow at Leipzig University. So please, today the floor is yours. Tell us your story.
Thank you. Pomurje region.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are pilot area. Covers two municipalities, three neighboring municipalities. One slightly more urban than the other. In total, they have less than 30,000 people living there, but the two municipalities generate over 1 million overnight stays a year by tourists. So tourism is an important aspect in the region. Yeah, the area is rural, has small facilities, rural. The terrain is completely flat, so perfect for cycling and walking. We also have all kinds of services already available in the region, and what we implemented here through the SMACKER project is another one, is the DOT line, which says first in the region. That's maybe not completely true. There was one, I think, a few years ago, but if I remember correctly, there was a piece of paper on the bus stop. There was a phone number and it says, call if you need a ride. And of course, nobody called. Then they just discontinued the service. But we tried to do it differently this time. We designed an app, web-based application that's extremely easy to use. All the necessary information is there, it's available, it's easily accessible. Just 3 simple steps. You sign up for the ride, and that's it. So, like it said, there are seamless user experience. That was our key motivation, our key goal to achieve when planning this DRT bus line. Like I said, tourism is a very important aspect of intervention or try to implement in a region. So we focused on tourists in the region. Of course, we started thinking about the pilot actually before the pandemic. We started already some first preliminary steps until the pandemic hit. We decided to stick with the plan anyway. Of course, at the beginning of the pandemic, nobody believed that this thing will go for so long, but we somehow tested it anyway. And we learned that people actually respond to it. People like it primarily because it's available, especially in off-peak hours, and because it takes them to big public events take place, and it also takes them back safely for free, which is a very important aspect. And these aspects are also important for our local administration, road safety, and less issues with parking. So it's a win-win for users and for the communities and administrations. Like I said, the pandemic is hard. The restrictions on public events, public gatherings, which are magnets in this case of in our region. There were also certain bans and restrictions on public transport. So we had to work around this and test it when it was possible. When it was possible to test it, then we realized that it's very successful. But even more than that, more positive feedback from users. We got it from local stakeholders, the hotel owners, hotel operators, local communities, tourism providers, service providers, etc. They all support the idea. They like it that the bus stops right in front of their hotel. We didn't complicate asking people to come to a certain point. We just said, okay, the bus will stop in front of the hotel and stop in front of points of interest in the region. So it's very easy for everybody, and nobody has to walk too far. Yeah, so the city administration was somewhat decided to break the service until 2026. The service will stay free of charge for the users. In the future, we hope to maybe add some more stops to extend the line, or to add another DRT line in this core of our pilot.
Thank you very much, Lily. Very interesting. So you see we've changed landscape. So we're now more in a rural area, and then we're looking into DRT solutions that we were mentioning, and more specific to tourists. So you see that there are different use cases. So it's very interesting to see different pictures. That's why we are going one by one. So stay with me. We're gonna see the next speaker. In this case, I'm going to introduce Winfried Ritt. So Winfried is currently project manager in the field of mobility at the Regional Management East Tyrol. Prior to that, he spent more than 2 years in the development and implementation of e-car sharing and charging infrastructure, and was technical trainer instructor for e-mobility. So he knows that very well, so listen to him. And on his background is an automotive engineer, and is currently studying, because we not stop, right? Part-time, energy innovation management and engineering. So let's hear from Winfried about the story, please.
Thank you. So I'm presenting Tyrol pilot, and in the region East Tyrol, a rural mountain area with 33 municipalities, we are proud to already have various mobility offers, many of which have been implemented with support from us, the regional management of East Tyrol. So we have experiences to work on behavioral change and on providing information about therefore, in SMACKER, we work on better understanding of user needs, implementation of person offers, and make existing and new services visible, and strengthening. We divided our pilot action in 3 aspects with following achievements. The aspect 1, with the social scientific research working on the example of the municipality of Obertilia, a deep insight finding for measures for sustainable mobility of the future could be through service to residents and guests that take a pilot as possible and future measures will meet the needs and expectations of the pilots. And report with measures for the future mobility is now available for all municipalities in the region and can be great attention. The second aspect, the new mobility information website, was launched to provide information about mobility. This new website is the first step towards to mass and enables information to brand e-travel. On its central landing page, and tool for accommodation, directly further topics: how to get to East Tyrol, structure in by train station to accommodation, routes over important transport routes, and so on. Then second, how to get around in East Tyrol, including buses, trains, hikers buses, mountain taxis, ski buses, car sharing, traveling by bicycle, etc. Also with information about the use of public transport. Yes. And third, activities without so the user can find their recommendation for it is possible to have a group of this new mobility information website are overnight and take posts and also the website is available in German, in English, and French. It has a high potential for the first time booking of accommodation and information about mobility are integrated at one overall website for the region. Tourism coaches were trained to show providers of accommodations website and how to integrate it on their own website. Elaborated material was also distributed to open sections and municipalities to inform the staff and serve as a guide for providing mobility information. The aspect 3 of 4 new e-car sharing stations were implemented in 4 different municipalities. Obertilia, Oberlienz, and Lienz are the 4 municipalities with e-car sharing offer for residents and tourists. A new e-car sharing strategy was framed out of this process. Sharing provided its business model to this strategy. The implementation was supported by communication and you can find your goodie bag today a postcard from our previous and the postcard drawing challenge registration app to facilitate access to the service and lower barriers. Now it is possible to log in and register online with the card and cell phone and pay by credit card and the monthly bill. That was our pilot, and I like to finish with the words of Hanžič. My colleagues know them from yesterday. Everyone wants to get back to nature, but no one could. So we heard today the Mobility Master Plan 2030 of Austria, the first step to avoid. So maybe we should try it by foot. Thank you.
Thank you, Master. So you see a different story, different solutions taking place in different territories as well. We're still in a rural area. But you can see that how we put pieces of the solution to allow people to move kind of door to door or to have different services. So I'd like to ask both of you a question today, and Winfried. Looking at the case of the on-demand service in Murska Sobota, as well as the e-car sharing stations in East Tyrol in Austria, we can appreciate the differences in the solutions developed for low density areas. But I was also wondering if we can draw any common lessons learned about the implementation of successful solutions in rural areas. So today, and Manfred, perhaps Manfred, because you have the micro first, in your expert opinion, expert as you are, what are the success factors for you for appealing services in low density areas? What can you tell us?
Especially for e-car sharing as a success factor for e-car sharing in rural areas, it is important to set up a multi-partner business model. So, for example, the car dealer, the municipality, or the local bank offers the parking place and may be willing to cover the electricity costs of the power for charging the e-car sharing car. Usually they already have a good power supply to offer also fast charging. In this way, there is a responsible partner each station who also takes care of the e-car and supports the marketing. But in East Tyrol, we discovered that e-car sharing in rural areas works best when there are different user groups. So, for example, when you are planning your next e-car sharing station, integrate companies because they need the car on some days during the week and during daytime. Other user groups can use this car for leisure activities and on weekends. In days a week, on one station, we have the municipality itself who books the car, the e-car sharing car, and provides a municipality taxi, like a bus on demand, with volunteers as drivers. This multiple use of the e-car sharing car is important in rural areas for the financial success and the optimum capacity of e-car sharing. But in general, it is important to have such projects for sure, and the necessary caretakers for the topic and to act as motivator for the behavioral change. And that's my opinion. And I think we need these caretakers in all regions. We are now caretakers for this topic. We implement it. But after this project, so we need new projects and financial possibilities for our caretakers.
There was a message here for the Commission, if you didn't
Yes.
get it.
You understand my message.
But indeed, business models and caregivers, you were saying? Caretakers?
Caretakers for the topic mobility to ensure, to motivate.
Yeah, different stakeholders, they have a stake into it. So we're looking at different places, but also in Slovenia, perhaps we can, we can hear from the case of today.
Yeah, thank you. I think I just remember this conversation we had yesterday about behavioral change and basically similarities between our two regions where the population is extremely car dependent, car obsessed, maybe I would say even in our region. Fortunately or unfortunately, it's too easy to get everywhere by car. I think this is an aspect that could be addressed and maybe I know that our local decision makers are aware of these of potential or possible solutions to that, but of course restricting parking or access by cars in the city center is a very unpopular decision to make.
And it's we also have local elections coming up this year, so I'm not expecting any drastic measures taken this year. Because if you look at the offer of intermodality or multimodality and all the options that we have already, in our small town, we have car sharing, electric car sharing, readily available all over the city, bike sharing, city bus, park and ride facilities. Everything is there. Regional bus network, train stops in the city. Everything is actually. I mean, it's now we added this DRT, so we have everything. But what's missing is this behavioral change. And how will we get there? Actually, what Manfred said. Yeah, with keeping this in mind and working hard on the one hand, really bugging local administrators and local decision makers with new ideas and how to maybe reach this change in rules in like a soft way, soft manner, to not upset the users too much, but also working with the users, potential users, especially young people and kids, and learning them or teaching them about different kinds of mobility options and how they can, on the one hand, contribute to a better environment they live in, on the other hand, how this can be also economically better for them. We all know how much cars cost and so on. So I think there are different aspects that we should keep in mind and work on these at the same time.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I get politician and kids in the same basket, right?
You said that.
Well, that's what I understand, but okay. No, so thank you very much. So you see the challenge is very hard in rural areas because indeed it's so easy to go around by car. So there are definitely more challenges ahead that we can tackle, but step by step, building steps towards that. So let's continue. We have still two speakers with us. I'm going to introduce, first of all, Tamás Halmos is, I have it, is head of Strategic Knowledge Center in BKK Budapest, which is the public mobility public transport authority of Budapest. He participated in the development of the Budapest Mobility Plan, so SAMP, and is also responsible for internal knowledge sharing, especially in sustainable mobility, modeling public transport mass, these topics, and is also supporting local strategies, projects with international best practices and benchmarks. Tamás holds a Master of Science in Civil Engineering from the Budapest University of Technology and Economics. Tamás, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Lidia. So in Budapest, we have a quite long history for demand responsive transport. The first partly demand responsive line has been launched in 2006, so more than 15 years ago. So this topic is not really new for us. And in 2010, we have added further 6 lines to the fleet. So we was working with these lines for 2 years. When these lines has been launched, the code-based system was quite up to date. It was popular, but as the technology has been advanced, in 2010, 20 or in these years, we realized that there could be much better solutions for which is more comfortable both for passengers and both for the operator to request the service. What was the problem with the code-based request? It was working more or less well, but from the operator side, we needed some human resources who are waiting for the call, and it's costly. And also because of the human processes, there were chance for mistake. And if there is a mistake in the registration of the need, the user will not be satisfied as the bus will want to pick him or her up. And also it was some problem from the user side, on the one hand, because of the chance of mistake, and also when in busy times the operators was busy, they sometimes had to wait for 5 minutes or more to connect it to the operator and order the service. So it was not the best solution, and it was also a barrier for us because we wanted to extend the service, add more lines to the demand responsive lines, but because of these problems, it was not really possible. So we decided to develop a new system for the service request. This is what we did in SMACKER project, the online request system. This system has been developed by an external IT developer, and within the project we made the development of this system and the one year-long pilot. On the screen, in my case, you don't see a map, but maybe it wouldn't be very interesting. We are serving with demand responsive services the peripheral areas of Budapest where the density is not very high, but you see a print screen about the web-based application where this service can be requested. But I jump back a bit. So how did we do this development? Prior to the development, we have organized the local mobility forums where we have asked the experts how to do it, and we have they have presented several international best practices and good experiences that we could learn. We also made a survey among the users of the demand responsive transport. So we went to the spot with the colleagues, prepared a questionnaire, and was talking with the users what do they want, what should we develop. And based on these surveys and the input from the experts on the local mobility forums, we have prepared the development, and it's made in half a year or something like that. The development took quite a long time, but finally it's working well. We were also thinking about what to do, make a new application. That was the basic idea, to have a separate application for smartphones where people can order the service. But we was not sure that we would like to keep our existing application. It was our mind to make a mass application for Budapest in the future, and we wanted to integrate it on the later step. So we decided to make a web-based application, which makes us available not to have one more application, but it's working well both on desktop computers, so it's available in web browser, also on the desktop computer, and also on smartphones. And together with the application, we asked the developer to prepare APIs for the further integration availability, and that's happened. And we started the one-year-long pilot in autumn 2020. As you can see, by the end of the pilot, more than 50% of the requests came through this application. Maybe 50% is not very high, but it's quite okay, because there are several different kind of lines in Budapest, and some demand responsive lines are only partly demand responsive. And on these lines, if you are starting your trip from the final station, it's even easier to ask the driver to go to the demand responsive part. So on these lines, the online tool cannot the competitive of the ask to the driver. We also learned from the local mobility forums and from the questionnaires that it's very important to keep available the call-based system. If it would be a new service, the demand responsive service, it wouldn't be so important, but there are a lot of users who are used to use this system previously, and they maybe elderly people and who are not familiar with the IT tools. For them, it's important to keep it available. At the start of the pilot, still 30–40% of the requests came through phone by call, but by the end of the pilot, it was 20%. It was decreasing continuously. I think this is because of the good communication. We had a lot of posters, flyers on the buses and in the bus stops, and we had also a social media campaign. But I think it was very important to have the advertisement on the spots. So as this is only 1%, even lower than 1% of the inhabitants of Budapest is interested in using this kind of transport, we have to give them the information directly about it. Yeah, as some numbers about the pilot, we had more than 500 registrations to this IT system, and more than 5,000 online requests arrived within the 1 year long pilot. And as the pilot was really successful, the management of BKK decided to continue the operation of system, not as the part of SMACKER project, not as a pilot, but we still operating this system. And the integration to the Budapest Go, the brand new mass application or integrated mobility application of Budapest is under development. I have the test version now, and we will launch it in the following weeks. So it was a good idea to, as the developer, to make an API. Yeah, that's all from me.
Thank you, Tomasz. So you can see we are now back again to a more suburban pilot, suburban urban area, and we are straight into all the complexity of a DRT implementation. So you hear it from Tomasz. We're going to go to the last speaker and then try to catch some learnings from both of them. So Tommaso Bonino is a general manager at SRM, which is the public transport authority for the Bologna metropolitan area, which is a wider area than just the city of Bologna. His main fields of expertise are related to mobility planning and regulation. He's been involved in many multidisciplinary and group works and has participated in many congresses and studies at national and international level. I also have to say that he represents his company within UITP, that I also have to mention. And finally, of course, he holds a degree in engineering. So Tommaso, please tell us your story.
Yes. Well, Bologna is a medium city in Italy, counting a little more than 1 million inhabitants. Half of them live in the center municipalities. The other half lives spread all over more than 50 different municipalities. So we faced the issue of linking some of those, I would say, remote municipalities to the city center, and also among them giving sort of last mile connection, not only serving the Monday to Friday days, but also, and I would say mainly, pushing some sort of local tourism to those areas from the city, from the center city, in weekends. So SMACKER helped us in developing this service, which was not new. I mean, a service was already existing. We sort of doubled it in order to make it more interesting and more successful for people. We launched also a new IT platform in order to make the reservations not only available via telephone like it was before, but also via an app. And the platform, of course, was not just the app. It was working, let's say, in the background in order to make it optimized trips in order to serve people in the best way. And also, it was the big goal of the platform was to collect data in order to redesign the service within the service itself. In fact, we delivered 2 different sets of services during the pilot, let's say a summer one and a winter one. One of the strongest elements from the SMACKER approach we got was the local mobility forum, which aimed at evaluating the needs of the areas and matching good services in a result of that. But also, as I said, grabbing real-time monitoring and working with data real-time evaluation. And last but not least, spreading the news about this service made available. You saw before some Google Maps, you saw no maps from Budapest, you see one of the best maps from Bologna that was designed on purpose for this project. Me, myself, now understand more my territory thanks to it, because it's very well and targeted made, okay? So the LMF was a real part of the project. So I want to stress the good working of it. It was made of elected people, of course, but also economical operators, touristic associations, and association among promotions of the territory, all working together and all reshaping the services thanks to the I would say beliefs in needs of the territory, but also of the data collected. So thanks to the data collected, we were able to design services optimized for people. Also, the business model was co-designed, let's say, within the local mobility forum in order to have affordability, sustainability, economical sustainability of the project. That is a very key question. Like Tomasz said, you can have the project funded in the beginning and you can look for a second funding, okay? But then if the service is good, if the service is needed, if the service is well designed, then it has to go with its own legs. In the launch phase, you can have additional funding, let's say, in order to launch it, in order to build some platforms, some systems that then will operate anyway. But in your mind, I think the pilots are needed in order to launch services that will sustain themselves in the coming years, let's say. So I don't want to go into a too big detail, but we designed a summer 21 service with 5 lines and 8 buses, covering an area of 30-40 kilometers, let's say, as a radius. And then in winter 21-22, a smaller area, less focused on tourism, like it was the first one, but focused on the residents, also, let's say, mainly focused on residents, not only commuting to the central city, but also moving around their own area. With the second edition pilot, we got little lower costs per passengers taken. So it was also some attention on costs, of course. And the bookings via app went over 50%. So the system was, let's say, appreciated, even if still growing. And now the service is a tall part of the touristic offer of the area. Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Tommaso. Very, very interesting. So again, you see a DRT, but applied to a different territory, as you can see in this nice map. So I'd like to ask both of you a question, because the story is coming from Bologna and Budapest. You heard them, can teach us a lot of previous lessons, for example, the viability, building the viability business model, as Tommaso was stressing just now. So this lesson about the implementation of this kind of services. And in particular, this can be useful to similar organization. Both of you come from a public transport authority. So for them, they might be also here or listening to us from online. So Tomasz and Tommaso, could you kindly share with us some organizational learnings and tricks that can be useful to peers that want to implement a similar service? Starting with Tomasz first, yes?
Thank you. Yeah, as I mentioned, that we are the public transport authority of Budapest, and DRT and all the related tasks are in-house for us. So we planned for 4 months for the preparation of the IT development, including the international cooperation and the public procurement. Finally, it took more than 8 months, but it's not a problem because it's even much better that we had the time and prepare well and cooperate with every department which has to be involved to this project. As now we have a good well-working system and everybody is happy with it, and it's easy to operate it. At the beginning, we didn't think that we will have to cooperate also for the IT development preparation with the operator, also with the IT security department, and I think at least 10 different departments in-house has working together. It's even easier than it would be in different organizations, but it's really time consuming. And also that was a COVID pandemic time when we was working on it. So maybe it's also affected the time need of this process. But my recommendation to spend as many time as needed for the preparation to have a good system. That's very important.
Thank you. Tommaso, what's your take?
I have a double answer. We used to be the public transport authority. Now we are sort of sustainable mobility authority. So we also award parking services, sharing services, the link to the airport and things like that. And as you see, activity of promotion of sustainable mobility. So the design we made was very helped from having managed also other services. You have alternatives, you have comparisons, you have different operators available. So managing more than one service, more than simply public transport services, I would say, really enriches you, particularly in a situation where innovation is available, innovation is looked for, and so on. So this is the first part of the answer I'm giving you. The second one is the integration opportunity. I mean, the pilot services in Bologna are fully integrated within the existing public transport services. So you use the same seasonal ticket, you have all the information on the website you usually look at to grab info about public transport and so on. So this is another part on the, let's say, organizational level, which is very important to try and not award the service as one at a time or just the municipality as its own new service. No, the whole service gets a new component that is over there. Of course, it's available over there, but the whole system is offering a new part of itself.
Thank you very much. And then we'll link back to where we started with the complexity of mobility at the beginning. So that was a nice travel with our speakers. I'm conscious that the time is flying and there's also a coffee break after. Stay with us after this. I'm going to ask a final question, so I'll let you have time to think about your own question because we're going to come to you, audience, also online. Let me ask you a final question to all of you, actually. And I know there are 2 micros, so don't rush, okay? So the final question for you is like, okay, we've heard it a lot today, and it's normal, it's the elephant in the room. So I know you had to face uncertainties brought by the pandemics to COVID. So how did you live yourself in your own context, this international cooperation of this project, your differences and similarities? How did you benefit and contribute to the team? Who would like to reply to this? The first is Tomasz. Yes, please.
So yes, as I mentioned, that when we was preparing the procurement and IT development, it was a hard lockdown in Budapest, so we hadn't go to the office for 6 months or something like that. And if we would follow the time plan, we would launch our DRTs or IT platform in May 2020, when we have -90% of passengers on the whole public transport network. So it wouldn't be very good to start the pilot then. Finally, we started on autumn 2020. At that time, we had around 60% of passengers, so that's quite okay for a pilot. And we had similar numbers, but in the whole 1 year pilot period, and we still have only 70–75% of passengers. So we just hope that we will get back more and more passengers on board. But okay, the mobility demands are also changed because of the home office and other things. But we see that the number of cars are higher or the same as before the pandemic, while the public transport usage is even lower. So it's not in line with our sustainable mobility goals.
Thank you. I know that in terms of IT development, there were some exchanges between the partners of the consortium. So I was wondering, how did you actually collaborate during this period? Because we heard from Giuseppe that it was difficult to have online meetings and all of that. So I was wondering if you were alone with your own pilot, or there were like contribution. How did you leave this cooperation among yourself, among your cities and context? Yes, please.
Well, as you said, I also can confirm that it was more difficult than if we were able to meet in person and exchange our problems, our challenges together. But we went online and tried to do the same as much as we can. And in Gdynia, for example, we tried to give the examples to our citizens of the best, the highest achieved results that were done in Bologna and in Budapest, which would probably also be in the future realized in Gdynia. And when we had the final conference, we had the presentation of what was implemented in both of these cities as a good example. So that was definitely beneficial for us, because we showed that it is possible somewhere else, and it has been done.
And that's a very, very good message. Anybody else that like to add something? Tomislav, please.
On a local level, the pandemic set the obligation of meeting online, and our local mobility forum worked very well online, because we didn't leave the problem of reaching that area, which is what we want to solve, but we had to solve it. So meetings were very attended, very liveful, on time, I would say, and very useful. So I would try to launch the idea of that the new normality. It's not about mobility. I don't think we'll get out of the pandemic with a very new framework of urban mobility. But as we saw before, the master plans still are, I mean, to be reached, because sustainability is a long-term goal. So, but the habit of having meetings not in person while working, I mean, was very effective. And I think this is one of the things that mostly remain within our organizations.
Yeah, so online meetings are here to stay. But luckily we're here physically, and you are invited to give us your questions to the speakers, or any comments that you like to raise. I think I'm checking with moderator and organizers. We still have 10 minutes. Right? A bit less. So please, time for any questions that you might have for any of the speakers, or just a general question on the topic. It's the time. I don't know if it's any questions from online, perhaps?
Yeah.
Yes, we have. Okay.
Where are the mics? Maybe we can hear the person who is online.
Okay, is that me again? Is it the question about the multi-stakeholder business models? I'd just like to put that to the whole group, having worked with Winfried in the SMARTER project and Tommaso and various other EU projects. Do you think the future of mobility is no longer PTAs making the sole decision, but working together in the groups that you've actually formed in the SMACKER project? And just this one to Winfried, are power companies now the new mobility providers? Because the car sharing and the ride sharing we did in SMARTA 2, the electric was generated by geothermal sources, and the power company was one of the funders for the vehicles. So as we switch to more and electric vehicles, will mobility providers become potentially new PTOs?
Okay, so I guess it was for Winfried more about multi-stakeholders business model as a future direction for how we manage mobility.
Yes, that will be the future direction. So I think we have to include all companies and institutions to get a solution for the new mobility system. And what I forgot before is we also have to think about our stakeholder models, and we are targeting different groups, but think about young people because they are using the system of the future, and I'm missing young peoples or women and also the ideas of children. So in the local mobility forum, also in East Europe, it was also during COVID possible to work together, and we had success via online meetings. But after this project, I think we have to add young people and also other target groups to our local mobility forum to tailor future mobility offers. So, and I think that's the factor for success. And as I mentioned before, the caretakers, we need coordinating points in the region. They are caring about the topic mobility. And yeah, I did not understand the question from Brian, but I think it's that what he meant. So.
I don't know.
Yes, no, the main thing is to understand as the mobility world changes, it's more and more important that we widen our sphere of influence in the design of products, services, and the way we do things. In the same way as Tommaso and SRM has changed as an organization from dealing just with buses to looking at the wider mobility services that are provided in any region.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, Tommaso, you want to say something?
They used to say that nowadays a lot of us makes a job that didn't exist when they graduated. That's absolutely true for me, but I think I'm not the only one. Brian asks himself, wonders if an energy provider might be tomorrow, let's say, a public transport operator. The answer is yes, absolutely. At least it can own a company delivering public transport. For example, it already exists because in Italy, one of the biggest car sharing providers is fully owned by a petrol company. So they need to reinvent themselves, and we have the opportunity of benefiting from them.
And I guess as an authority, you're there to coordinate all of that. That's what we hope, at least. So there are any more comments, first of all, from the speaker on this topic? Anyone wants to add something? No? Any other questions? We have one in the room.
My name is András Püls. I work for the Vienna Linien. First of all, I would like to congratulate for all of you for these nice pilot projects. I work also on topic of DRT right now, and I know how hard is this pioneering job in the field of DRT. And I always ask colleagues, how should we invest in our DRT services to attract people from car traffic into DRT and towards public transport? And I would like to ask the same question from you with an extension. If you could spend unlimited resources on one of your pilot project elements, for example, cars or mobile application or communication or any other, on which segment would you spend?
So there are two questions there. So one is how good DRT service has to be to attract car drivers. Is that correct? Yes, yep. That's one. And the second one, if you have to put all your money on one aspect, which aspect will be the most important?
Exactly.
Yes. And it's about DRT, so I guess it's over there. So anyone, Tamas, please.
I answer for the first question. It is important to provide good services, but it's not enough. we can make a very good DRT services that can be perfect, but also parking policies and other transportation related policies has to be also support the sustainable modes, because without it, public transport and the sustainable modes won't compete against the car traffic. This is my point.
Thank you.
I also can add, I think it's a difference between urban and rural areas, and I think it's good to invest in implementing offers and to have offers, but I think the factor for success is to invest in motivating, in nudging activities to change the behavior of our people, because especially in rural areas, it is difficult. As I said today, they are not used to combine, they are not used to use the public transport. They do not calculate the costs for their own car, so they are not thinking what it costs or if it is cheaper with the public transport. So I think we have to invest in motivation and in nudging activities to change the behavior, but for sure also to implement offers. So we need the possibility and the motivation. So both is important.
So we see different contexts. In the city, we need to play with other measures. Parking was mentioned. By rural areas, you cannot really play much with that. So other measure, more on nudging and so on. Anybody wants to add on this first part of the question? Yes?
Of course, I agree with the persons who said this previously. So implementing the pilots, implementing the offers and nudging, but I would like also to be able to spend some money on gathering data on how effective it is if people use it, and to be able to quickly adjust the services to the needs that also change. So getting some more data, because it's also lacking funds for this.
Yeah, and this is very, very relevant. With COVID, I think there was a switch towards getting more data to adjust the services. And I wouldn't say real time, but we need to be more flexible, reactive. So that's very much a reality. Yes.
I'll just go back to what Manfred said, and I think also in our region, the key aspect would be the communication. Invest 90% in the communication activities, and the rest, which is maybe upgrading some of the services to fine-tune them, because like I said before, we have everything available, it's just not being used. So communication activities, promoting intermodality and multimodality. And I think that the next step, if we were really successful with the communication campaign, the people, the users, would actually start demanding more and more services, better services from the local decision makers and the regional decision makers. So I think this could be a way to cover the whole aspect of where our challenges are.
Yeah, I think this is very relevant. Well, there are many messages here, but I'd like to pick up one. When you talk about this kind of services, DRT or car sharing, actually you don't see them. If you are at home, it's not something that you know. You need to access the information, and that is very important to have these systems in place. A DRT, by definition, they don't have fixed stops nor timelines. They're not so visible as a normal bus that you can see. So it's really much a challenge by definition. And then if we look at mobility in general, how to link all of these services together, then you need to know how to do it, because you might have the services, but you don't know, and they might not be coordinating either. So there's really much a lot of challenges, coordination, communication, that's very much needed, and data, as was said, because we need to adjust the services to the needs. They're more tailored service by definition as well. So these are also elements. I don't know if anybody would like to add more for our colleague from Vinelin about what is the most important part where you will put money. We said communication, we said data. Is there anything else you'd like to point?
It's not that easy, because infinite resources has no meaning within public transport. So we're not used to face this opportunity. I just would say, but I really am inventing, I would say, hardware and software, because it attracts people working at it and so on. And I think the mobility sector has the knowledge. The real problem is the availability of resources, indeed. And so I think investments, great investments for the first step of this new era we can imagine.
Okay, so investment, funding, money, European money. Okay, got it. Fine. Anybody else would like to ask questions? It's the last chance.
Definitely, yeah.
And anyone from online? No? So I think we're ready for a coffee, right? Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our speaker. Please applaud them with me.
So thank you, Lidia, for moderating. Thank you to participants. Coffee is ready outside. For those participants who has not signed the list of participants, please do so during the coffee break. Here at my colleague, I suggest that we will meet, let's say, 12:20 or something like that, just not to run too much out of time. Enjoy your coffee. Next round table session. So the topic is the Enlarged Transfer Program, the ETP. The session will be moderated by Giuseppe Luppino. He holds a Master of Business Administration from the Bologna Business School and Business Administration at the University of Bologna. And he is the head of the unit European projects at the Institute for Transport and Logistic Foundation. And he's the president of Open ENLOCC in Bologna. Giuseppe, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I think this is the last work before the lunch. As I was introduced, I'm representing here the Institute of Transport and Logistics, which is one of the partners of the SMACKER project. We are responsible of the Enlarged Transfer Program, and which is an important piece of this project. The Enlarged Transfer Program is a tool which enabled the project to enlarge the scope of the project, of the cooperation and of the activities carried out in the Central Europe area. And in this case, the ETP was made of 10 organizations which were representing 5 countries located in Central Europe area. The main reasons were to make possible a sort of training activity and to have some more interaction with the territory. Also to have a regional approach in some countries, like as in Italy, and to have a better understanding of the overall territory. So we had 5 countries located in Central Europe, like Hungary, Austria, Slovenia, Italy, and Poland. So the representative and the participants of this round table are Miss Adrienne Boccani from the city of Szombathely. She's based in Szombathely, Hungary, councillor responsible for economic and urban development, and that head of the Economic and Legal Committee, Szombathely City with the country rights. She's a PhD student in the Doctoral School of Regional and Economic Administration Science of the Szczecin István University. So please come here. I kindly ask also Mr. Rainer Schogenauer, sorry for my pronunciation, is based in Gmunden, Austria, head of Gmunden branch of Comobile, an engineering firm for transportation. He's a MSc and has been working as a transportation planner with a focus on public transport and DRT since 2013. Please. come here. The city of Maribor, unfortunately, we had a last-minute problem with today current, which is unfortunately is sick, and we have online, I think, Ms. Mateja Kamprac, based in Maribor, Slovenia, project manager and researcher at Regional Development Agency for Podravia Maribor. She works on mobility and environmental project. Do we have any reaction? Okay.
Yeah, hi. Hi, I'm here.
Miss Arianna Bichicchi, based in Rimini, representing the Romagna Mobility Agency. She holds a PhD in civil engineering, 10 years of experience in transport, mobility, and logistics sectors. Currently working for the Authority for Public Transport in the Romagna area, where she deals with the management of contract and for the assignment of public transport service. We have also Mr. Riccardo Maratini, which is representing the grouping of municipalities of Monghidoro and San Benedetto Val di Sambro and the province of Padova, two ETP members. So Riccardo is based in Este in Padova. He's a freelance transport engineer with more than 10 years of experience in European cooperation project, and with a degree and a PhD in infrastructural, structural, and transportation engineering. And he has been deepening his expertise in the usage of ICT tools, especially on GIS system. Mr. Andrea Ballarin, from representing here the city of Casteldaiano. He studied environmental and economic themes at the University of Padova, starting working as a consultant from 2009, delivering studies and projects dedicated to implement the design and realization of infrastructures, as well as environmental and mobility topics. Since then, he contributed to raise the public and private companies over 34 million euros of funds, corresponding to more than 164 million euros of projects value. We have also Mr. Anton Kohler, representing here the Versplung Hochflorer, and also in representation of the Tirol Werbung. He's a traffic engineering, the office is traffic engineering established in 1997. The office is specialized in traffic management, road planning, highway engineering, and public transport planning. So we have the last two participants, which are Michael Wolanski, based in Warsaw, Poland, associate professor at the Warsaw School of Economics, World Bank expert, and independent consultant in the SMACKER project, technical advisor for the ETP followers. Last but not least, Mr. Ales Skalic, representing the municipality of Moravske Toplice, is from Murska Sobota in Slovenia, expert in development center Murska Sobota, regional development agency and regional coordinator for sustainable mobility, working on EU funding on sustainability projects. So this was a long presentation, but it's quite important to have all of you here.
Excuse me, Giuseppe, about the province of Padova, maybe Mr. Samin is in condition to join. Can also run the online session in case I'm also here for supporting.
Okay, thank you. So we have also support from the province of Padova from Marco Selmin.
It's actually the representative.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi.
Good morning.
Thank you. So we have about 1 hour. We prepared some questions in order to make it possible interaction between all the actors and the audience, also online. So The first question will be related to your vision and the added value of a DRT service transport in rural peripheral area. So which are the main barriers related to the development? Which are the key stakeholders you involved? And if the DRT is really concretely providing an added value to the social inclusion of the peripheral areas. So who wants to start? Riccardo?
Now? Yes. My task is quite easy because you have already had here the presentation by SRM, and Mr. Bonino already shown the importance of the pilot activities that they were carrying out in the part of the pilot addressing the municipalities of San Benedetto del Sambro, which is part of the ETP I'm representing here together with Monghidoro. So you have already in your mind the representation of the context that we have seen before in that nice vision of this mountainous area in the southern part of the metropolitan city of Bologna. The challenges are in this purpose quite evident because of the geomorphological aspects and the characteristic of low demand areas. And this implies a challenge, really challenging context for the public transport. And the answer to these challenges is, according to the analysis we are carrying out, is a compound system, is a network, as was said before, where you can have the commuters that are served by the main lines, traditional main lines going all the way to Bologna, along with these north-south valleys. But there is also, of course, the demand is not merely commuters, as we are more and more conscious. There are also other needs in the other part of the day and with other destination, maybe in east-west direction, meaning across these valleys, which are not so high, but of course they are ample connectivity. And there was an idea of developing these services, especially for residents out of the peak hours, and allowing them to reach some destination for leisure activities, etc. And this is basically what the DRT is all about when you take into account the idea of reducing car dependencies, especially for some categories that are particularly affected, as the youngster and the elderly, for instance, but not only. So this very in a nutshell. Maybe I can continue further on. But
thank you. No, it's a good start for the discussion, because I would like to have a discussion, not simply a statement here. So what about in Slovenia for you? Do we have another microphone? Yeah. No?
Is working?
Yeah.
Oh. I think it's pretty much the same, but maybe on the quite smaller scale. So it's the same, but on a smaller scale. And what we are dealing with this, the DRT systems, one of the questions is how low we can go with the number of passengers, because we have a bit low density area with a small number of residents. And if you have, for instance, DRT need for 2 or 3 persons, is it okay to have a public transport for 2 or 3 persons? The answer is not easy, because it depends if they have other possibilities or not. So if they have, maybe that's not actually the need, maybe they could use another one. But as you also in the questions, but in the frame of social inclusion and being responsible to all the groups in the society, then the answer is absolutely yes, because also those persons need some kind of mobility, and we couldn't also assure them. So it's not always the question of economy, it's not always the question of
numbers, but sometimes it's also the question of being socially responsible and be inclusive. What is the problem with that kind of thinking is, and I'm challenging also the others, how to measure that, how you can measure or how you can find out if they are socially needy person or they are just persons that it's for them it's more convenient to use public transport and they have other possibilities, and you are then in this question of assuring them or it's not actually paying off in economic terms and so on. So that's the question we have also raised in our plan, and we have I'm not sure we have found the solution, but we have the solution for our case. So we have solution of to assure them if it's possible, but on the other hand, it's also today I forgot to mention we have also the possibility of other transport for social inclusion persons. That's kind of prosto fare. It's called the service, and it's voluntarily drive personal electric cars that's available for elderly people or people with disabilities or so on. And it's personal car. It's not public transport in a way. So we have to combine different services, but for usual use, DRT has also some limitations in numbers.
And key stakeholders were involved, were engaged, were committed in this activity.
Yeah, mostly. Okay, we have because absolutely the municipalities, because they know also the people from the municipality, and also we asked also the people themselves. But on the other hand, the service providers, the transport service providers were important, and because our case is as today presented in pilot. Also for our plan is the main generator of the traffic outside the peak hours, outside the regular schedule are tourists. So we have to consider also tourists and tourist providers.
Thank you. So let's stay in this table. What's your vision? What was your experience?
Okay, so it wasn't the first time our company was preparing a DRT concept in Poland. 5 years ago, together with the World Bank, we were preparing a DRT concept for very rural areas. Now we were preparing a DRT concept for the suburbs of the city of Gdynia, because Gdynia was a SMACKER partner. In both cases, we think DRT is a big chance to provide public transport. And obviously everyone knows this in the project. But on the other hand, in Poland, in both projects, we face very serious problems with legal compliance of DRT. So on the one hand, it is required that public transport needs to have fixed timetables, needs to be served by buses, so by vehicles for over 9 people, according to the Polish law. And also there are fines, and they need to use bus stops. On the other hand, you can use other legal form, which is like occasional traffic, but then you cannot use bus stops at all, so you cannot use also bus stops at the bus terminals and so on. You cannot get public support. So it is legally very difficult. And obviously then other problem is that sometimes DRT is considered in Poland as a replacement for public transport, which is obviously a big mistake. You need, first of all, to have good public transport in a given area on the lines when you have like fixed traffic of 5 people or something like that. And only you use DRT if you don't have any fixed traffic flows. This is a problem we face, and this is a problem why I do have, unfortunately, the feeling that this, what we've done within SMACKER, nowadays will only remain a report. And this is obviously a big disappointment also for a consultant, but it's also good to share your disappointment with other people. And this is what we need. I think the answer was in the very first presentation today. So it was this Austrian mobility master plan. And this, what we need in Poland, is something very similar, like a big mobility master plan, which will include measures, firstly, to support public transport at rural areas where you have stable flows of like 5 people or something like that. And you need to finance it in proper way, organize it in proper way, integrate it in proper way. And then you can move towards DRT. And then you need to have some legal measures to make DRT, efficient DRT, legal. Obviously, we have found some legal bypasses how you can do DRT in Poland. But you know, you need to convince some majors of rural areas, firstly, to finance DRT, which is a first challenge. And when you say them that it is legally risky, and we have found here a smart bypass, here a smart bypass, they don't want to spend plenty of money in order to then have a risk that they have spent money in an illegal way. So I think we had a very good solution at the very beginning. So things like big DRT framework, first pilots, then the framework should be included simply in a national mobility master plan, and then we can go forward. And we should inspire people who will prepare in the future such a master plan, firstly to do it, and then to include DRT. And in these terms, the work we've done can be useful, because it can be useful inspiration, but more for the national framework now than for the local developments, unfortunately.
But regarding the legal compliance, it's a regional one, or it's a national one, it's local one?
No, we are in Poland. We are not like Germany or like Austria, that we are a federal country. And most of the law in Poland and all the law referring public transport is national. So you cannot change much at regional level. We have convinced the Marshal of the Voivodeship of Zachodniopomorskie earlier to use European money, to use regional operational program to finance pilots of DRT. And hopefully they will do it. So they will spend money on something which is legally risky. So this is what marshals can do. So those are our regions, voivodeships. They can have some independence in spending European money. And obviously guys in Brussels, they know how much we need DRT, and they help, and they are very keen to it. But on the other hand, still this is risky. So this what has been done in Zachodniopomorskie is that there will be some European co-financing for operational expenses, which is not typical, because usually in Poland, most of the European money goes to capital expenses, but still at this level, law couldn't be changed, so it's still risky.
Thank you. Let's go in Austria, Mr. Reiner.
Yes, we have been working and supporting Gastein Valley in Pongau region in the federal province of Salzburg, which is at first sight a region with very good public transportation. You have trains connecting even on the international level, and bus routes running hourly or even every half hour, but still, and ski bus services during the winter season, which are really transporting masses of skiers from the villages to the resorts. But one key question key fact was that the demand profile is very, very varying, very, very different. We have off-peak times during the evening, during the holidays, where the buses are running empty, and it's still almost everywhere in Austria, in the countryside, if I may say this, this car obsession we've heard before. And so it's very difficult for public transportation to be attractive, both for for the local habitants. Tourists may be using public transportation more openly, but or more willingly. We found out that there is potential to replace public transportation services, especially in Bad Hofgastein, which have a sort of village bus running every hour, every half hour with a few passengers. So this is the core of the region we worked in. When talking about social inclusion, according to our experience, we've already been working in similar projects, especially when it comes to the possibility of not needing a second car per household. So in Austria, we have this tendency in the rural areas that people need 2 cars because mostly it's the man who is all the day working all the day and the wife who is in the afternoon carrying around the children to soccer practice or whatever. So this is the first step to provide positive social inclusion, to alleviate this financial burden for households and also for elderly people. So it's partly a mountainous region, so if they can reach their destinations directly from door to door, not being not having the need to walk somewhere uphill from the bus stop or downhill. So this can also foster social inclusion by DRT, in our opinion. And another question here was the main barriers, which was very interesting when we held an online workshop already in November last year. We found out that the interests of the municipalities in these regions are very, let's say, competition oriented. It's a tourism region, so they compete for guests, for money, for income, for tax income, for overnight stays. So it was quite hard to bring them together, and so this question, why should I do something or engage something which helps the neighbor municipalities? This was very interesting discussion. And on the other hand, the local framework, the regional framework for public transportation is also a bit of a barrier which has to be overcome, because public transportation, the financing is a burden of the municipalities. On the other hand, you have, in this case, in the city of Salzburg, the local transportation association, which does all this call for tenders and attributing the contracts for 8 years or 10 years. And so it's and in between this Mobilitätszentrale, which is a sort of transportation advertising and information and agency. So this framework has to become by. So this is the core finding, considering the barriers for implementation of such a system. And maybe because you said before, the legal compliance, we had this discussion also in Austria a few years back. A few years ago, we planned some systems with volunteer drivers, and this was also very difficult to assure that this is legally compliant. But nowadays, the classic, let's say, classic DRT services with taxis and demand responsible is more or less a question of this organizational framework.
Thank you. So let's come back in Italy. Arianna, in the Romagna area of Emilia-Romagna.
Thank you.
No.
Sorry. I'm Arianna Bichicchi. I work for the Agency of Mobility of Romagna, which is the part of Emilia-Romagna region located in the southeastern part of Emilia-Romagna. And as agency, we have several experiences of DRT services, especially located in suburban or urban areas. And ATP was the chance to talk about this kind of services in more remote areas, such as mountainous areas. We have a lot of territory of Romagna that is mountainous, covering the 3 provinces that we manage. In that case, we focused on an area which is in the province of Forlì-Cesena. In particular, the area is that one of Sogliano Rubicone. And here the problem was to serve a very remote municipality that also had the characteristic of being so much fragmented. Then I want to focus on the barriers we met. First, at the pair level, I want to say that we faced 2 main barriers that were costs, or to better say, the idea of the cost that everyone has of DRT, that is the fact that they are expensive and sometimes also not cost effective. And the other barrier was the fact that, we were in such a remote area, very far from large city or urban settlement, principal urban settlement. And in fact, we can say that in terms of cost, I would say something that we face. We tried to think to a service that was in substitution to an existing service that the municipality was paying by herself, just to satisfy a specific need of the territory. So a specific route, a specific, I would say, specific users. And we try to imagine this existing service to be transformed in the DRT, also covering hours that were not served in before. A consequent barrier we faced and we have not solved yet, it's for sure the uncertainty of the demand, because the service we imagine was before running just in the peak hours, and so giving service to job reasons, so to workers, to students, and we still have the doubt of the demand, but we are sure that working on behavioral change campaigns or promotional campaigns will help people's evaluation and estimation of this kind of services, also in remote areas.
Thank you, Arianna. Let's go in Hungary. So I try to make you crazy with the microphone.
Maybe this way. Okay. Thank you very much. So first of all, I should emphasize that I'm not an expert in the field of mobility or transport. I'm dealing with economic development, urban management, and also international projects in the Hungarian city of Szombathely and its city administration, city management. And I was the one who, I can say, initiated to take part in this SMACKER ETP program for our city. That's the main reason why I'm here today. But maybe I'm not the biggest expert in the field of that we should, however, take part in this initiative, despite the fact that we are truly in the beginning of processes in connection with demand responsive transport solutions, is that we are having a brand new brand new bus system operator in Szombathely with the beginning of this year. Before that, we had a public bus system operator in Hungary, the Volambus, and now we are working with a private company, the Blagus Ogol Hungary Ltd. It is an Austrian-based company, and now we are working really well together with them, and they are absolutely open to new ideas and open to any kind of cooperation with the city. What are the main barriers in Hungary and especially in Szombathely? First of all, I should tell you that Szombathely is a middle-sized city in Hungary, really close to the Austrian border with circa 78,000 inhabitants. And in Hungary, you should know that people, especially in the countryside, I'm not talking about Budapest, I'm talking mainly about the countryside, people are not so used to untraditional or conventional ways of or ideas of public transport, like the demand responsive transport solutions. We have no traditions in connection with that. And you also should not know that the taxi companies, which can be an important factor in connection with the DRT services, the lobbying power of the taxi companies are really strong, really hard in Hungary. For example, circa 6 or 7 years ago, the Hungarian government has made national regulations in order to, I can say, cast out Uber from Hungary. It is not working anymore since 2015 or 16 or something like that. So it is not the easiest situation for DRT services to be in such a country. In connection with the key stakeholders, the municipality of Szombathely, I think, can have a coordinating role in this whole process and an initiating role in this whole process. We are other stakeholders like the bus service operators, the train service operators, the universities in Szombathely, also an Institute of Transport Sciences and their local office in Szombathely, etc. And I can tell you that based on our 10-year economic development program, the Szombathely 2030, we are working quite closely together with them. So we are having a quite good connection with them, which means that it is easy to communicate with them. It is easy to hold a workshop or anything like that. So in connection with that, we didn't have a lot of barriers in connection with communicating with the stakeholders. In connection with the added value, you have also asked that. We have made, in my opinion, together with our great technical experts from the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, quite good action plan. But as I have already mentioned, we are really in the beginning of this whole process. So we would like to use DRT services in low density areas or in low use periods. For example, on weekdays in the early morning and late evening, and also in the weekends. For example, it can be quite useful for the youngsters in Szombathely, in my opinion. And we are also having a pilot project, a DRT pilot project, which means that we've got a bus line departing from the train station of Szombathely, connecting to some intercity trains, mainly in the late evening or late night hours. It is now working only on an average level, but we would like to continue it, of course. And we are waiting for new proposals, new ways, new alternative ways in connection with financing, because our city's budgetary situation is quite complicated nowadays. So from our own budget, we will not be able to implement all the actions of the action plan. But if we will be able to find the appropriate EU funds, for example, then working together with our new bus system operator company, I'm pretty sure that we can start our journey in connection with the RT. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea. You are representing the city of Casteldaiano, which is still in Emilia-Romagna.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Giuseppe. I will be very brief, just to not to waste too much time. Just to say that Casteldaiano is in a very similar situation of the ones that already Riccardo and Arianna presented. So we are talking about basically an area which is taking the opportunity to develop this kind of initiatives, as far as we are talking about an area of a municipality of less than 2,000 people living there. And the problem is that is in a very mountainous area, more or less 800 meters on elevation, and in a very wide area, almost 50 kilometers. So we are talking about more or less than 40 people per square kilometers. And so this is basically one of the main barriers that we have to focus on when talking about this initiative that to be supporting the territory in terms of mobility for people living there. And the only thing that I would like to add to the issues that already were underlined by Riccardo and Arianna is that often this morning with the panel we talk about elderly people, but we have also to think about let's say the opposite side, so the younger people. And this is, in my opinion, a very important opportunity, especially for mountainous area like let's say also Casteldaiano, as far as it is an opportunity for the area to, let's say, keep young people in the area, which is basically one of the issues that is affecting the mountainous area almost, I think, in all Europe, but in special in the mountainous and hilly areas of Italy, which is basically one of the, let's say, most tackled issue that we should somehow try to avoid, also thanks to these kind of opportunities. Thanks.
Thank you. This is very important. Yeah, we are focused only on some specific categories of people which are which have a lot of problems, but considering the overall structure of the rural area, of the peripheral area, this is an important aspect. Riccardo, you are representing together with Mr. Selmin the province of Padua.
Yeah, I would start talking about the aspect of the province of Padua comparing with the other that I have already discussed, and also trying a little bit to answer to the point that was raised on the other side of the round table. The point was how to measure, if I got correctly, and how we can understand when it's needed from the social point of view. I think that this is not something about which we can say state now some thresholds, but some evidences can be, let's say, sought out from the data. And this was part of the activity that was carried out both in the case of the Monghidoro and San Benedetto Valle San ETP, and also the other one, including the province of Padua. And you can, for instance, understand the situation by representation as isochrones, where the time, on specific time threshold, you can see what is the area reachable by the people via public transport services or bus services. This at least allows you to visualize and understand the situation where is needed. Is pretty evident when you have this this representation in front of you. And what I would, let's say, also
emphasize with reference to the province of Padua, and I leave in the floor to the colleague Marcos and me from the province itself, is that it is not just a point of the isochron, but you have to compare the bus connectivity with the car connectivity. When it comes to some municipalities in the Apennine ranges, of course, there is a kind of situation. In the case of the province of Padua, we have a destination, which is the center of the ETP analysis, which is an hospital in a suburban, extra-urban context within the plain area. And this is, of course, very different as a context. And in particular, here you have a very strong accessibility on the car side. So you have a very challenging situation, not just for the fact that there is or not the public service, but the people is in condition to reach the hospital, which is out of the center through a direct main road, and with a lot of visible parking. So this is really challenging. And I would like to also give the floor for Marco to some other parts, not to steal the room.
Yes, I'm here. Good morning to all. In my opinion, as a province of Padova, we followed a different approach from the other ATP partner, because in 2017, province of Padova launched a European tender to assign the local public transport service of the whole area. And Bus Italia Veneto, the public transport company that won the tender process, planned a DRT service in the southern part of our territory to connect an important hospital, as speaking Riccardo, structure knows as Schiavonia Hospital. Some detail about hospital structure. This structure is located on a total surface of 250 square meters, equal to 30 football pitches. The hospital structure serves an area of user of 36 municipalities, or rather 186,000 inhabitants of this area. They constitute 20% of the population of the province of Padova. The most negative aspect of this public hub is the presence of 1,850 external free parking space. And the structure also hosts the nursing course of the University of Padova that involves 250 students. The main stakeholder involved were the transportation company, the hospital mobility manager, and the administrative manager of the degree program. The main goal of the planned DRT service is integration with local public transport line in the peripheral area surrounding the hospital. We decided to join the SMACKER project in order to take benefit of the technical opportunity offered by the EU fund to evaluate the quality of the DRT project planned by a public transport company. And it was a useful moment of discussion also with the public transport company, and we proposed changes to the original project that will start next 13th of June. This is the...
Thank you for this integration. I would like to, I think we have to close the ring with Maribor and then Anton. So please, Maribor, let's stay in online from Ms. Mattea.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
In Maribor,
1 minute, please.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay, in Maribor, we did analysis the Pohoye area, which is very low density area, a hilly area, and on Pohoye with the shuttle DRT system, we tried to connect together 4 tourist centers. This is mainly for tourists. So we have the other situation than the other countries. So the main problem here in this area is bad road connections with long travel times. For the roads is in charge. It's in charge state, the Republic of Slovenia, and we expect renovation of these roads in a few years, so we can prepare to establish DRT system in this area with everything, and then we can, when the roads will be prepared, we can start this project.
Thank you for the contribution, and also appreciated for the last minute inclusion in the roundtable.
Okay.
So let's come back here in presence with the last city, with the last site.
Thank you. As mentioned, we were the technical experts for the Tirol Werbung ETP. The project area consisted of 4 municipalities in 2 federal states, which is one of the main barriers because of the nature of Austria and the federal states. The project area was a valley spanning east to west with only one main road, several side valleys which were touristic attractions. So the travel times are relatively long for the people. Another main barrier was the low population density. We had between 7 to 15 inhabitants per square kilometer, which is relatively low. And aging population. Around 50% of the overall population is over the age of 45, and around a quarter is over the age of 56. Data showed us also that there is a main problem with rural exodus. So people are moving to the larger cities out of the area, which is also a challenge and barrier. The added value we were mostly thinking about was to provide the people with alternative modes of transportation. As already been mentioned, Austria, especially the rural areas, the households have usually 2 or more cars. So the people are really car dependent. And in our vision, we imagined, especially with the older people, the aging population, to provide these people services to ensure their mobility.
Thank you. So I'm aware that this was not a single question. It was a question which included several activities. I would like to jump to the last question. So I would like to have here a discussion. I don't want a single statement, because it is quite important. During the session moderated by Lidia Signor, some partners were focused on the economic sustainability of the DRT. And I think this is quite important. Well, in the previous roundtable, we had the partners, so they had the opportunity to study and to go more in deep than you. I also remember the intervention of Tommaso Bonino, which said that if the service is well designed, it should go with its legs, if I catched its intervention. So what is your opinion on the economic sustainability? Should be considered a DRT only from a financial point of view, or it depends also from the approach, the priorities of your territories, and it should be included in some strategies? So who wants to start? Also from the audience, I think this is a quite important issue related to the DRT. Please.
So on the one hand, being inclusive and being environmental friendly is always an investment, and it cannot be very, very cheap. But on the other hand, for example, in our models, we were searching for keeping costs of DRT as low as possible. And we also found that, firstly, dispatching is very expensive. And we had a phenomenon in Poland that every county wanted to have its own DRT dispatching center and so on. And this wasn't needed. You cannot fully automate dispatching, because if you think about people who are excluded, they are often both transport excluded and digitally excluded. It was already elaborated that you need to have telephone contact and so on. But you can really centralize it within a region. And this is very important. Second thing is that capacity, keeping capacity of the transport system is expensive. And there are examples, for example, from mountainous areas of Scotland, that it's better to cooperate with taxi companies, or even with people who have shops and have some cars and so on, local entrepreneurs, to purchase only services, not to keep too much capacity.
So smaller vehicles.
Yeah. The other thing which I've already mentioned is that you cannot do it. For example, in Poland, there is a lack of bus drivers, and probably everywhere in Europe there is a lack of bus drivers now. And it's why we want to do DRT with cars, with vehicles that are not buses, because then it's much cheaper to find a driver. So on the one hand, you need to keep costs low, but on the other hand, you should know that you invest in inclusion, and obviously you then observe returns that, for example, people who are excluded from the labor market and they received some social aid, so they were cost to the society. They are finding some part-time jobs, then they are finding jobs, so they don't get social aid anymore, but they are starting to pay taxes, they are starting to consume more, so they are also starting to pay taxes, and so on and so on. So this is an investment, but you should not justify every stupid cost by investing, but you should really mind your costs.
Thank you. This is a good point. Is somebody? And then,
yes, I totally agree with your statement. It's very important to try to keep costs low and the service effective by using regional infrastructure, regional enterprises, cooperating with existing taxi operators and so on, and not trying to have or to use dispatch services for each municipality or something like that. And on the other hand,
so horizontal collaboration.
Yes, and on the other hand, the quality of planning and of the service is very important. You should really stick to the demand and the needs of your target groups and your users. It makes no sense to have a very elaborated or service. Just stick to this, what you need. And as we heard in the morning, it's also a question of this data availability to be able to adopt the services very quickly. So and this, with all this, we believe we can keep the costs as low as possible. But sure, it's an investment, but a good investment in sustainability and social inclusion. Yeah.
Thank you. Riccardo, you are an expert also of data.
Yeah, and I'm also a little bit talking because we were just commenting here that if we talk about merely a complete financial sustainability, it is a point. If we are generalizing towards the economic sustainability, maybe it can be reached as a goal, but of course we need to be realistic about the financial issues and challenges. Sometimes DRT is considered as costly. Maybe it's not the DRT per se, which is costly, but this is the challenges that is addressing that are. And of course, there is room for improvement because it's a well-tailored solution. When you are tailoring, tailors usually first start measuring, otherwise the dress is not the one fitting good to the person. And this is coming back to the point of the assessment and measures that can be carried out throughout the process. Because when you are booking the system, you are giving the data that are necessary to planners to step by step improve that. And I also go to the second question that was a little bit skipped. The EU financing can provide the first step. Then you can have the room for planning, which is also usually a little bit too much neglected. Then you do the pilot, then you check, and you can improve. And with the data that you have from the DRT, you can have a really important steps towards the optimization.
Good point. Any other intervention? Any other comments? Yeah. Also online, I don't know if.
Just to mention to improve what already Riccardo said, when you're dealing with public investment, you usually ask for a cost-benefit analysis. Yeah? So you are dealing with not only a financial approach to the investment, but also to a wider one, so to the economic one. So basically, and we come back to the issue of data and collecting data and measuring also the results. That could be one of the issues that you have to take into account when looking at the DRT from a wider perspective and not only from a financial one. And then, of course, then basically some other, let's say, kind of commitment can came to support this gap between the financial sustainability and the correct execution of the service.
Yeah. Is there any other comments?
Can I just come in with a quick one? I'll be covering most of these issues in my presentation this afternoon. But the key thing is to maximize the use of existing resources. That's to keep the cost down. But when you're looking at the cost of a DRT system, don't just look at the cost of providing the transport. What is the cost of not providing the transport? Because sometimes the social costs are far higher. Increased crime, drug addiction, depopulation, a doctor having to go to the rural area instead of the person being able to go to the doctor. The cost of putting a doctor in the rural area is really expensive. So when you do a cost benefit analysis, don't just look at the cost for providing the transport. Look at the cost of what happens if you don't, because these costs could sometimes be huge in comparison.
Yeah. Thank you for this. Probably we had problem. Thank you for this intervention. This is quite important. I think we reached our lunch outside. But first, before to go to eat something, I would like to thank you all the speakers, also online. Thank you for your participation and your support. Also to the audience for your attention. I'm very glad to have participated to this project. For this reason, I would like to personally thank SRM as a coordinator of this work of this project, and the Interreg Central Europe for financing this project, and also my colleagues from ITL, in particular Denis Grasso, the project manager, which managed also the ATP activities, and Lorenzo Vignali with the financial manager. And also, I think also from Bologna, also Irene Sabadini, the communication manager. So thank you for everything. And I would like to continue this discussion during the lunch networking. Thank you.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that we will continue the discussion. So thanks for Giuseppe. Lunch is prepared outside. So welcome to the afternoon session. I hope you enjoyed your networking lunch. You had a lot of fruitful discussions. And I hope, of course, you enjoyed the Viennese Wiener Schnitzel as well. The afternoon session will start with a presentation of our SMACKER toolbox and the SMACKER guidelines. So this presentation will give jointly by our colleagues from Maribor. It's Tomislav Letnik. He's head of the Transport Economics Center and head of Department of Transportation Engineering of the Faculty of Civil Engineering, Transportation Engineering and Architecture of the University of Maribor. Since joining the faculty in 2005, he took part and managed several European and national projects in the field of logistics and transport economics. Among others, he has collaborated on EU projects, several like Hypstairs, Sulpiter, Danube, and many other projects. And since 2010, he's also a lecturer holding courses of logistic, transport economics, investment decisions, and system theories. He will do the presentation together with his colleague Katja Hanžič. She is a project manager at the University of Maribor in the Faculty of Civil Engineering, Transportation Engineering, and Architecture of the university, and holds a Bachelor of Science degree in marketing. During her career at the university, she has collaborated in many European projects as project coordinator or project manager. Her fields of expertise encompass mobility of persons with disabilities, transport and environment, transportation planning, and transportation policies. So, Katja, the floor is yours.
So, good afternoon. I hope you had a great lunch and that you are now ready for some more concrete things coming out from the SMACKER project. First of all, let me start with this slide. Why are we talking now about the guidelines and the toolbox and things like that? Especially the demand responsive transport as many of you know, is not something new. It already exists from the 1960s. And now we are kind of reinventing it, finding another ways for it to be used, especially with the rise of the smartphone and the applications for booking. So, but still there are many, let's say, target groups that we have in our project that are not so knowledgeable about the demand responsive transport. And when we talk about the SMACKER project, we did a lot of things in the SMACKER project. If you didn't get that feeling by now, let me just say that we did quite a lot of things. So we had many outputs. If you go at our website, or maybe for partners, it's even more interesting to see what the outputs were. Well, you see there are quite many. 6 pilot actions, we heard about that already. We had 10 ETP followers, and then we have another strategies and regional action plans. More interestingly, we have a lot of deliverables. Now, so for somebody who is basically new to demand responsive transport, and if you say, well, we did a lot of interesting things in SMACKER, and then you presented this. These are our deliverables, and these are not even all our deliverables. It's more than 128, I think, or even more than that. So it is really, really hard for somebody to follow the footsteps of SMACKER project and to think about the demand responsive transport. This is quite intimidating. And if I go with this to somebody in, let's say in Slovenia and say, are you interested in demand responsive transport? and I say, okay, we have like 120 deliverables, they will say, no, we are interested, but that's too much. So that's why we need something to give to them the basic information, to have them interested in what we did and to follow our footsteps. Basically, this is what I was saying. So it's really, really intimidating if you have to take a look at the 120 documents. That's why what we did, we definitely decided that demand responsive transport can be looked from many perspectives, and we have different target groups. So they will look at this demand responsive transport from these different perspectives. So on one hand, we have the public authorities. They will definitely do different things. They need to understand demand responsive transport differently than users, and then the transport operators and transport service providers and businesses. So that's why we created 4 different guidelines specifically targeted to these 4 target groups, so that they can take a document that is really light, that is really interesting, so that they can get this basic information and they will say, oh, this is something that I can do, and not be like, oh, I need to run away because that's too much for me. All the 4 guidelines, I will show one of the guidelines later on, have the common part. This is the part that is the same for all the 4 guidelines. So in the common part, what we do is say a little bit what demand responsive transport is, so that we reach a common understanding and to see all the possibilities that this DRT can offer. And also we have examples, especially what we are trying to promote are the pilot cases that you already heard about today. And to say something about it in few lines, that's really, really difficult, because the cases are really interesting and are really different from one another. So the greatest challenge of these guidelines was to somehow put the content of SMACKER on 8 pages. And then for the 4 target groups, we have specific content that is dedicated to public authorities, transport operators, users, and of course, what we need to have stakeholders that are coming from businesses and enterprises to join this effort. So we also have some information specific for them. For the public authorities, what are the most interesting things that they need to start thinking about when they say, okay, we are interested in demand responsive transport? Of course, there are things that need to consider at first. So what are the mobility challenges? Is the legal framework, we heard about that today. The legal framework is really important, because if the legal framework is not there, like in Poland, then you have complications and you need to look for smart solutions to go around these legal problems. And of course, community engagement. We also heard a lot about that today. So we need to bring in all the stakeholders, not just the public authorities. Public authorities need to engage their communities. And last but not least, they need to communicate to their inhabitants, to tourists, to whoever this DRT is aimed at, so that they will get on board, literally on board. For public transport service providers, the challenges are a little bit different. So they need to know how to design routes, what kind of vehicles to use. The most common thing is when we think about demand responsive transport, we start thinking about buses, but we need to think also about vans, about personal cars, all the things that we already heard today. But normally one would think about buses, which is not probably the only case that you can think about. And then of course the promotion, really important, because if people don't know that something exists, and if they don't know how to use it, they probably never will. Then users, how do they understand public transport? We need to provide some information to them so that they can be the ones going back to public authorities and saying, hey guys, this is something that is really interesting. Maybe we can do something like this in our area. So it is not just the public authorities doing the demand responsive transport. We can also go to users, and the demand can come from them, so that they can be the ones going to public authorities and saying, we need this, we can use this. And of course, businesses and enterprises, as was the case discussed before by Manfred, they really engaged all the stakeholders and enterprises in their area, and that really works. So that is one of the another important aspects. So these are the 4 guidelines that are actually developed or are still a little bit under development. They're not yet finished. It's still ongoing work, but this is the basic idea behind it. So as you can see, we have the different 4 guidelines. I hope this will work now. I will just show you the ones that were aimed at the public authorities. Oh, yeah, it does work. Okay, so the design is a little bit different than the usual design that you have for reports. So we try to engage the user to that this is something that is really light for reading. First, there are some things about the demand responsive transport, so it's easy to be understood, so everybody gets a feeling for what this is and not get too intimidated by it. And of course, again, another nice picture showing what the demand responsive transport is, different forms of it, and some examples. Then we go to the types of DRT, some other things, what kind of users you can engage. And in this square in the middle, you can already see this is a short, really short description of one of the pilot actions. This one is actually from Italy, the call bus. Then we have the community engagement. What we try to do here is to give the reader opportunity to go directly to the document that explains everything in detail. So not to have the details here, but with the use of the QR codes, the document can be then printed because of the QR code, not just the link in the document. And the same goes for the community engagement. Also, because you need to understand what was not said about today, was that we developed the methodology for stakeholder involvement also, so that it was used. And this is something that can be really useful for public authorities. Hopefully, I will manage to go back to the presentation. Yes, so this is it. So these are really the 4 guidelines that are currently still a bit under development. You will not find them yet on our website, but in the next week or 2, you will find them. And now the more important part that is bringing even more of the deliverables and more of the things that you can consider. Once you read these guidelines, then you will say, oh, I want to know more. I want to see more of what you did. And this is where the SMACKER Toolbox comes in. So the SMACKER Toolbox will be now presented by my colleague, and for any questions will be available right after his presentation.
Thank you very much, Katja. It's nice to be on this side without a mask. Even better, you can breathe here. Okay, so Katja roughly explained what is the main intention also of the SMACKER project. So not just to provide a lot of knowledge in the reports, but to somehow convey this knowledge to the final users on this way or another. And the one way is, of course, the guidelines, which were mentioned now. The other way is to create something which is quite useful also from the IT perspective point of view. First of all, I have to say big credits to ITL, to Dennis Grasso, who was actually the mastermind behind the toolbox. We did quite a lot of thinking about how to produce this kind of tool, which is then able to help anybody who could develop demand responsive transport. So we all have at home a toolbox. Toolbox is actually a box in which you have several tools which can help you to improve certain things, to repair certain things. And we also thought on a similar way to make it in the SMACKER project, but on the web page. So the idea is to have all the main results on one place on a web page, which is available also for the mobile phones. So I kindly ask you to go to the smacker-toolbox.eu and see by yourself that the thing I'm presenting now is actually working. So the idea is, of course, to present the DRT definition. So what is the DRT? Then the steps for setting up a DRT. Of course, there are several steps. Today we went through several of them. Then some guidelines. So the link to these guidelines is already present there. So we will upload those guidelines once they will be finished. then certain use cases and project events, so past project events which somehow were already done during the project. So the web page, as a classical web page, I will go step by step in order to shortly introduce what you can find here. So the first thing what I need to mention is that for everybody who would like to deal with demand responsive transport, he can consult this first part, understanding what is demand responsive transport, so why we should implement that, and where it is appropriate to implement demand responsive transport. As you can see, there are several links to our reports which were mentioned before. So if you would like to know in details about certain concrete activities and concrete knowledge, you can then also consult these links in order to see what is there. So the second thing which needs to be discussed is steps for setting up demand responsive transport. So what we did, so we did quite a lot of thinking about how to present these steps. So we decided finally to present the 7 steps. The first step is understanding the key drivers of demand. So you have to understand what are the places which would need to be served with this kind of services, for which people, for what kind of demand, what kind of activities, and of course also the policy context. So if you don't have appropriate policy context which actually supports your activities, then you will have quite a lot of problems. So it's really important that you have this policy commitment. Then the second step is the involvement of stakeholders. During the SMACKER project, we did quite a lot of activities in that respect. So how to involve the crucial stakeholders, who are the main stakeholders, how to engage them, and how to do these nudging activities. This is really important to stimulate their presence in this kind of meetings. Of course, you can also see that you have several links when you can consult our reports, even for the in-depth analysis. Of course, you have to choose the operating model. So the demand responsive transport can be let's say an easy implementation, spreading of the network which already exists, but it can be at the end of the day something which goes from door-to-door activities or something like that. So it is really a different options are available. So more information are actually available here. Of course, really important task. So you have to have enough of financial means in order to implement that. Today we heard that sustainability is not always really cheap. But so if you have a strong political commitment, then also from that point of view can be of great added value, but also sustainability from the business perspective point of view. So also have to think about this issue. So that's the next step. The following step is to understand the amount of flexibility of these services. And also really important today, mentioned several times, you have to provide this information to the final user. So they have to understand that these kind of services are available and on what way they can achieve them. So in previous steps, you can have a smartphone, you can have a ride, so the phone call and so on. And at the end, you have to inform the potential users that these services are actually available, and this is really, really crucial. So these are the 7 steps within the toolbox. Then guidelines. Today you already saw, Katja already presented what are the guidelines, what you can find inside of these guidelines. So it's really necessary to have as simple as possible to be really attractive and useful. And once they will be finalized, they will be available here in this left part of this web page. Events. So during the SMACKER project, we defined and we executed several really interesting events. A lot of material is available there, not just the material, but also webinars and so on. So you can then go there and to listen all those discussions and presentations. So it can remain there also afterwards, after the project ends. So that's one of the main aspects. As you can see on the upper part, there is also a map. On this map, you can search for existing pilots, so pilots which were executed during the SMACKER project, and also the followers which were part of this SMACKER concept. So you can exactly know where they are. But of course, for more details, all these use cases are nicely described. So you have a short introduction, so brief description of this this use case, and then you have the territorial context in order to see if is that a hilly territory or a mountains territory, whatever. So you can sort that, and you can also sort some other categories if there are cases about the tourist residents and so on. So you can filter that in order to call out the case which is more appropriate, of course, for you. And on the right side, you can then see you have the state-of-the-art analysis. So what is the current situation, and also the action plan. So by clicking on these links, you can then go more in detail. So that's the idea of this toolbox. Of course, this toolbox is now in beta testing, so we are keen to improve certain functionalities. In case you have any ideas, in case you have any needs, please let us know. So me or Dennis or Katja, and we will gladly be there to improve the tool. And we hope this tool will actually serve for other regions to improve their demand responsive transport or introduce certain demand responsive transport. So that's everything from my side for the moment. So if there are any questions, of course, the SMACKER team is here to give you some answers.
So thanks a lot for the comprehensive overview on the SMACKER tool and the guidelines. Are there any questions or comments from the audience? From online? Everything is clear. So then we kindly ask you to access our tool, to give us feedback, because as just mentioned, it's a kind of beta version. So we are really keen on getting some feedback if we just missed something, or, well, you would like to see the one or the other information in addition. If not, then thanks to our colleagues from Maribor, and we move on to our final roundtable session. Thank you, Giuseppe. Our final roundtable discussion is a discussion on SMACKER achievements and inheritance with SMACKER Quality Partnership for Seamless Mobility Governance. The session will be moderated by my colleague Roman Klemenschitz from our institute. He holds a master's degree in land use planning and a PhD in transportation, and he is a researcher at the Institute for Transport Studies since 1998, which is a long time now. But anyway, that's why he's called a senior researcher. Before that, he worked in an office of a civil engineer in the city of Graz, specialized in transport planning. His teaching activities at the institute are related to the topic public transport mainly. He was and is involved in several national and international research projects, and he is experienced in technical research work in the field of evaluation and monitoring of transport infrastructure measures, transport economics, mobility research, interaction of land use planning and transportation planning, as well as in project management on national and European level. Currently, he is involved in the European Interreg project SMACKER, as you might know now. Roman will give us a short introduction about the idea of the SQPM members and will introduce then the participants of the discussion. Roman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So welcome to the afternoon session for the last roundtable discussion on this event. Now we have discussion with the so-called SQPM members. So what are SQPM members? So the long term is SMACKER Quality Partnership for Mobility. So we have invited some external experts. They are not directly involved in the project. To receive feedback from them, to receive input from them, some experience, some inspiration for us in the project. So they were already among our project since the kickoff of our project 3 years ago. So they know our progress and they followed our events, and they joined the meetings. We had a meeting in Bologna. We had a meeting in Budapest before COVID arose. Then we had a lot of online meetings, We had some webinars. And these persons, also a great thank you for them in that way, that they volunteered to support us in our project progress. In total, there are 12 members of this SQPM group, and I have the pleasure to introduce 7 of them because they are here in person, and I will discuss with them. There are some more on online. I will just say the names of the online. If I find my paper. I don't find it now. No, here they are. So Mr. Marian Lep from Slovenia, he will be online. Then Mr. Matjaž Vrčko from Slovenia as well. Then we have Marco Mazzarino and Nikalos Canfiala. They already joined in other events, so they take excuses to not be part of this event today. And also Alexander Dörfler, who could not attend this roundtable discussion. I got noticed from here. But now I come to the ones they are here. So I just randomly have here a list of the members. So there is no order in it. So I invite Daniele Perselli on the table. So please take a seat. Daniele Perselli holds a degree in physics from the University of Bologna. So he is attached to the Italian partners. Therefore, he's an IT manager. He ran a lot of Interreg projects. Just to mention 2 of them is UMobile and RuMobile. These are the recent ones. Then I invite Tomasz Wołek from Poland. He is a PhD in economics. So it's very interesting about this different. You will see we have a big variety of skills here on the table. He is assistant professor at the University of Gdańsk in Poland and parallel independent consultant in the company called ProTrans. Then from Czech Republic, we have Ivo Novotny. He is a PhD holder in transportation science. He currently is working in the Prague Public Transport Authority called ROPIT. And of course, also to mention, especially for Lidia, he is member of the UITP committee, organizing authorities and transport for urban life. Then from Slovenia, I welcome Aleš Skalic from Slovenia. He's studying law, or he's currently studying law. He had a graduation in digital media, marketing and marketing communication. So another skill we have on the floor. He's a project manager in the development center of Murska Sobota. Then from Hungary, we have Denke Solt. He is a PhD holder in transportation science. From 2000 to 2005, he worked in the Ministry of Transport from Hungary. And since 2011, he's working in the BKK Center for Budapest Transport. Welcome. There will be, you can also open new table, no problem. Because we have 2 more. It's Michael Bürger from Austria. He has a master degree in global change and regional sustainability. From 2012 to 2019, he was active in the Climate Alliance of Tyrol. And since 2020, he is working in the regional government of Tyrol. And among others, he's also a member of the OISALP Action Group number 4 Mobility, so the territorial alpine community of the Interreg actions. And last but not least, I have a second member from Poland, Mr. Kamil Bujak. He has a degree in transportation and logistics. He has a PhD in economics, and he's currently working in the Dansk Bay Public Transport Metropolitan Authority. Welcome. So again, thanks a lot. So now we have the faces also here on the screen and in the auditorium. again, thank you for all your contribution, all your work, what you have done recently, and of course we also expect for the final reporting some feedback from your side maybe. And now, as visiting or participating in this event, I have some question to you. I already sent it to you. You're aware of it. So, what is the key findings of our implementation of all our presentations? What, from your perspective, and especially, is it in line with your experience? So, is there something surprising? What we have done and what we have found out, and what worked and what didn't work so well, maybe. So, what was presented here? So this would be my first round of questions. Just start with your side, and then we will also change the order, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very nice to sit here because I don't need to wear mask. So as already Mr. Tamás Halmos mentioned, in Budapest, DRT has a long history. The first line started in 2006 almost, and but DRT is not the basic activity of Budapest public transport system, because we have metro lines, surface transport, bus lines, tram network, and so on. But it's very interesting, but also in Budapest there are, let's say, rural areas, low density areas, where it could be a good solution. Because of this, we started some new lines operating on low density areas in Budapest, but using traditional call center, and we wanted to speed up the information flow, and if it's possible, we would like to spare a human resource as well. So because of this, we started to elaborate a new platform of demand calling, and this was the new application, which was started in 2020 as a pilot, and with supported by EU in the frame of SMACKER project. And this pilot finished very well, and the BKK management decided to follow up and using all resource to operating this application. Our goal was to shift demand indication from call center to application, and this happened. So, but we wanted, we have been achieved, let's say. So, thank you very much. First sentences would be this.
Yeah, so the experience, so
yeah.
You keep on starting this, what you started with the pilot implementation will be roll out to other areas. So that's a success story in that sense.
Comment to use these things.
You can use all the information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael?
Hello, everybody. Is it surprising sometimes what you're doing in SMACKER? When I'm looking at Manfred, then yes, in a very positive manner, because they are surprising me often with their innovative ideas. For example, working together with a mobility influencer in East Tyrol. So in this way, it is surprising. And yeah, I like to look at the best practice from East Tyrol, also deriving from this project. And it is all the approaches, they are perfectly in line with our strategies. We are elaborating and we're publishing. In the Land Tyrol, we have a new sustainability strategy. We have a new bike strategy. We have the mobility program, which was prolonged until 2030. And yeah, everything is following this approach we talked about before. It's to avoid traffic, to shift traffic and in the end to improve traffic, but also to share. And we have to work on the mobility behavior of the people because it is often based on routines they have for decades. So we need very good offers for those people, and the mobility offers we are providing, they must be very easy for the people, easy to understand and easy to use. So they are actually changing their mobility behavior. And here the outputs, they're really helping us. So when, for example, looking at the e-car sharing, we have 3 new municipalities in East Tyrol. We have 35 municipalities in all over Tyrol offering e-car sharings. And yeah, we need those statistics also, and to figure out where does it work well and where not, and where do we probably have to support the municipality. And yeah, here it's very, it's of a big value of us that actually we have 3 new municipalities in East Tyrol, and also that they were doing a lot of capacity building on both sides for the users, but also for the municipalities. And probably here we can help some families to reduce their amount of cars, maybe from 3 to 1 or from 2 to 1. And on the other hand, they were making a great website when you're traveling to Tyrol as a guest, as a tourist, where you can figure out how can I travel sustainably to Tyrol, to East Tyrol, and when I'm there, how can I get sustainably from A to B? So the last number I have in mind is that 87%, I think it is, of the guests in Tyrol arrive by car. So we need to change that. So every approach to change that is very welcome. And yeah, here we have a very good cooperation with the regional management in East Tyrol.
Hello, my name is Kamil Bujak, and I come from north of Poland. From Metropolitalny Związek Komunikacyjny Zatoki Gdańskiej. We are not public transport authority. We are the union of local gminas, local communes. We are, so I would say we integrate public transport in terms of tariff. We are so-called tariff integrator. And it was a big pleasure for us to act in the SMACKER project as a follower. And within the scope of this project, document was created. I mean, action plan for DRT in one of our communes, Gmina Szemut. It's a rural commune that borders to Gdynia. It's very vulnerable knowledge that, as Michał Wolański said earlier, in Poland we have many problems with to introduce the DRT service, because first of all our law is not adjusted to such modern solutions and as DRT, but I hope that these problems are only temporary, and I hope that this action plan that was produced within this the project will come into life later.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So you mean, and this is also our experience in Austria. Also, the legal situation when the first DRT came in life, it was totally unclear. But by just doing it and see it works, then you have an example, and then you can also say, for example, in Dansk region or maybe in Wrocław region, look there in Gdynia it works, and so on. So you have a success story, and
yes,
give this opportunity.
Yes, I would like to say that it's very good to share experience. It's very good to know from each other and to disseminate this knowledge to our mayors, to our presidents of our cities, our gminas, and to show the best practice to them.
Exactly. Thank you. Hanžič?
Okay. Hello once again. From the presentations of the speakers, you probably noticed that I'm not expert on the transport or mobility issues as such, but more or less on the social dimension of mobility. So I will stress out that in the SMACKER project, I think it was very good that we came out from demand. So demand responsive transport is coming from the people, from the demand. They need what they need for their mobility. And, you know, for 100 years, we were promoted that the cars are the ultimate mobility possibility because they assure us some freedom and so on. And if we are now focusing on the public transport, on different kind of mobility, we have to compete with this idea of freedom, with the idea of being free. And that's we should have to consider when we make some examples or pilots or so on. And I think it's good that in the SMACKER, the pilots and the plans are coming from the demand. So from the people's perspective. And also, I think that's good that, as I heard before and on both roundtables before, that communication and promotion of the different kind of mobility was issue in all of the pilots and all in the plans. So I believe that for the next SMACKER or for follow-up of the SMACKER for all pilots, we should actually really focus on the promotion, on the communication, on these social soft skills and measures, not only on technical and economical issues connected with mobility. So that's maybe my 5 cents for now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As you mentioned, so we have also produced an own deliverable on this nudging. So how to engage the people, the users, to confront them with the content by also gamification, by raising attraction to them, by giving some giveaways for them, just that goes into the public, so not stay in the bubble.
and as I was following the project, I think that was a very important part of all the pilots. This engagement, nudging, and communicating, promoting the services that was developed, and keep going with that. I think because that's important. The mobility is not only issue of money, of costs, of rational thinking, but also of emotion. And if we consider that, then we should then we could make working cases. That's maybe yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ivo.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivo Novotny, and I'm from Prague. I've studied transportation for many years, and now I feel it's like a puzzle. If you get the puzzle from the box, you get many pieces, and every pieces have its space on your table. The RT systems are definitely one of these pieces. The problem is we don't know the shape and we don't know the color, so we don't know how to really fit it onto our mobility habits. And I want to thank to all the members who worked very hardly last 3 years, and we can see it on the deliverables. That no one exactly knows how to fit this piece into your mobility puzzle, but everyone tried to do their best, and I'm very looking forward for the toolbox and guidelines which can clear it for many groups or users or everyone who wants to know more about it. That they can have the hint how to make their puzzle piece really good to fit to their puzzle of mobility.
And comparing to your pictures with the puzzle pieces, so the first parts are the hardest. So if you have a clear picture already and only a few pieces are missing, so as we just discussed in the Poland case, if there is nothing there so far, then it's even harder. But if you have a clear picture and only 5 pieces are missing, it's more easy, of course. That's the clear thing. That's not the linear process. So just definitely. The first steps are the hardest, and then usually it should be
Yes, but we have many pieces on the table. We
Yeah,
have
yeah,
the
still. So
cars,
we
we
are-
have the public transportation,
Yeah.
we have walking. But now I think the mind of the people is changing a little bit throughout of the climate change and COVID and many other things, and they are rethinking their habits. So maybe that's an opportunity for us to catch their time of the mind thinking. And said, okay, we can do it other way, and there are many puzzle pieces which are missing.
Yeah. Thank you. They have the mic.
I like this puzzle idea, Marcin Wolek, City Council of Gdynia. But big question is who puts the puzzles together? Because from the perspective of traditional public transport authorities, the DRT seems to be rather, how to say, niche product. And because we have high upfront costs, fixed costs, we have dispersed low demand, especially on rural areas. So we have a low number of people, low number of voters. We speak about real life as well. And also we speak or we discuss, and this project is very specific because it started before COVID-19. Then we faced the big challenges on mobility, and now they are even deepened by war in Ukraine. So we have big tensions in local budgets, big tensions on our financial systems, and we have to select what parts, what pieces of our puzzle should we prioritize. And I think there is no one common question, but I think we should be aware of competition between DRT and regular traditional public transport, because somewhere in the border between city and suburban rural areas, we face different subsystems. We could face traditional public transport or collective systems. We see individual systems. We also have heavy rail traditional systems as well. And now we have DRT system, and sometimes it is followed by micromobility services. So there is a big question about prioritization, and I think several discussions today bring at least a partial answer to these challenges, which is not very easy task. Thank you.
But as you mentioned that you say that the budgets got more limited and more demanded for different reasons, as you mentioned already. On the other hand, energy pricing is decreasing. So sharing the mobility decreases the cost. You could share the cost. So maybe public transport, demand responsive transport, car sharing could be in more interest of the people just because of the situation of the prices.
I think it depends on the country, but from Polish perspective, I can say that energy prices are doubling now for public transport as well. So today it is difficult. We have to recalculate all interrelations between individual transport and collective transport. Absolutely, we are in the time of completely market reconstruction, let's say.
But you can share the costs of the burden of the cost to the passengers more likely than if you're on your own. If you commute with your car, you have to take the full costs.
Yes, we are sharing costs. We are also sharing costs as taxpayers as well, because we have to subsidize. And of course, it is obvious that we have to subsidize collective forms of transport because they bring a lot of advantages to the society. Mr. Berger said about the social, and you also said about the social dimension, which is very important, especially in rural areas where people have much lower access to many social, educational, and labor institutions. So I think, especially in rural areas, we have to emphasize the importance of such solutions. But every time we have to evaluate the money we spend. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Roman. First of all, thank you for your invitation. Thank you to SRM also for considering me an expert. I am sincerely proud for this. Okay, the question, if the findings of the pilot implementation is in line with my experience. The answer is definitely yes. Also because in SMACKER, you have tested your pilots, you have tested some fields in which we had not experience in our company. AMO is a company that makes public transport planning. We are cousins of SRM. We make the same job in another province. We are very close. We are in a smaller province than Bologna, but we make the same job. So we have seen that you worked in big cities, in smaller city. You worked on public transport services in soft hour, not during the peak hours, just giving an answer to this situation with the DRT services. You have experienced that the DRT services in the mountains, and also we recognize the experiences from AMO because we did the same experiences. So it was very interesting to look at which way you did this. And I have appreciated this particularly in the way you involved the stakeholders. And it is not something of well-established, the stakeholders involvement. It happened in the past that we started the DRT services just because a mayor called us by phone and he told us, okay, I need the DRT services. We tried to tell him, oh, have you involved the stakeholders? Are you sure? I have money, I pay for it, just do it. Okay. And this is something that is very distant to your LMF. So I appreciate it once again, this initiative, and I think we will use your idea in the future in our province. Mm-hmm. At the meeting of Budapest, maybe you remember, I spoke that we have a call center just to manage a reservation in our DRT services. The DRT and the call center manages the 80% of the reservations and makes the optimization of the reservation. And I told to you, okay, if you have to start from scratch, I think that is a better idea to use an app, to use a system, a software system, just to manage the reservation. You did this. It was not because of my suggestion, but because it was the right thing to be done. And so I appreciated also this part that you decided to start with new software that are give more performance just in managing the DRT services. And last thing, once again, another thing that was very interesting for me, and we try to do the same things in our European project, is that you will continue with your pilot. So we cannot call them pilot. They are the beginning of something they are going to continue. And this is important from the European side, but it's important also for you that you have discovered a new way to give service to your citizens, and you did a good job. In fact, you are able to continue these services because citizens ask it to you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thank you for the first round. I will add another question. We will start now on your side. Dr. Daniela, you keep your microphone. We also discussed about the future. What is the time after SMACKER? And we have different pillars developed in our project. We have the action plans in our partner regions. We have invited this enlarged transfer program partners also to develop ideas how to address the future. We discussed it here in 2 round tables about the future development, what should be tackled. And when I listened to this discussion, I heard 3 times in my region, the people are so car obsessed. So it's very difficult to tackle all this. On the other hand, we heard also in our keynote speech, we have some obligations for climate reasons, for Paris Protocol and so on. Is there a way out on the first way and on the first question? And is a second, just keeping the track on peripheral and rural areas and flexible transport? Is this enough, or what could be your recommendation? What to tackle all these dilemma? I would say
it's hard to give you an answer. It was harder 2 years ago. But now it is harder because we had COVID. We have a war now. We have problem with the petroleum. We have problem with gas. And now we are thinking to use coal just to produce energy. So we are in an emergency for climate change point of view, and they are going to increase this emergency. And so it's hard to give an answer because I think that my opinion that everything is going to change. 2 weeks ago, I was at IT Trans. It was a big conference and a fair organized from UITP. And there was a person, I have this flash that there was a person at the very beginning of the conference that said, okay, the technologies will change in the next 10 years faster than in the last 100 of years. So things will change, technology will change 10 times faster than in the past. Okay, probably behaviors and habits of our citizens will also of us will not change so faster, but things are going to change faster. And we are facing this situation. It's very difficult to give an answer. We need to find opportunities. We need also to change our way to work. We were speaking about this during the coffee breaks. We are coming from years when the one years for the other, we had to change some in our public transport services, just to change. There is a new school, there are more school boys, so we have to change something else. But we were very quiet, very in our work. Now everything looks that it goes going faster, and we have to look to find ways to be able to follow these changes. One idea could be big data. Our idea is to use a smarter application, starting for the application of DRTs and following with the mobility as a service. So I think that big challenge for our future, I'm speaking from a planner point of view, is to start to use new technologies and also to start to have new competences. So I am going to the end of my career, but we are going to have younger employees in our companies. They are smarter than me because, as you heard, I am a physics graduate. I am in France. They say I am a parvenu in the world of public transport. Now we have people that they're studied for transport. So it's important to have this kind of skills inside a company and to try to be faster also in giving an answer to our citizens and having a keyword in almost in like a North Pole Star, flexibility. DRT services mean flexibility, so we need more flexibility because when things change faster, of course, you need more flexibility.
Thank you.
Well, I fully agree, and I think that COVID has taught in general people's transport behavior, and I think that we have to research again their transport behavior, especially on rural areas. In Poland, big cities or metropolitan areas are surrounded by rural areas which are rural only by their name. They are under high pressure of suburbanization. I have a friend living in such a commune, rural commune, and she is aware of all climate changes, but she uses a car because sometimes she has no alternative. So I think this is a big challenge because people have to deliver kids to school, to kindergartens, and so on, and sometimes they just have no alternative. But I think that in longer term, we have to embed this DRT into mobility platform, and this is connected to another question, who should be the platform operator or owner? Should the platform be privately owned? And we have such companies that are able to deliver us such platforms, but of course this is question of data access, because data are oil of 21st century, or such a platform operator should be public, which is quite complex challenge. But on the other hand, we have some advantages like constant access to data and possibility to monitor them. Finally, I think this is according to your idea. I think that we have to develop mobility systems which are resilient also to temporal drops of demand, because 3 years ago we would never think about such management of transport systems like we had to do for last 2 years. And big question is, are we finished with COVID, or are we waiting for another lockdown, or maybe we are waiting for another disease? So now probably these questions asked 3 years ago would be more relevant to science fiction conference or seminar, but today we have to speak them loudly on workshops like today. Thank you.
I would mention one topic which was many times observed today, and it's the money. And I think for the future for the DRT system, the money are probably the most important thing. And I think the task for all of us, if we want the DRT system, we need to calculate the income for not for the transport companies, but for all the people. We cannot calculate it. It's not easy, really easy task. But if we cannot do it, we cannot argue with anybody that transport of one person, of one old lady from her house somewhere in the rural area costs, I don't know, 10 euros. It's hardly to explain to somebody who can tell you, okay, but the taxi costs 2 euros. No, the system is more complex, and the more complex system we have, the higher price there is. So I think we will have to fight this challenge to know how to calculate all the pluses of the system for the whole society.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope I could make this short. For your question about the cars, I think that first we should have in mind that we have to have alternative to the car, and it should be meaningful. So it's not, for instance, if someone lives very far in the rural area and 10 kilometers around is nobody, then maybe it's the most meaningful mobility plan that he owns the car. But if it's other possibility, other option, it could be meaningful. And the second thing, we use cars because it's very convenient to use them. We have them, they are relatively cheap, or the cost for the cars are relatively low in our mind. And second, we don't have problems to use them. We can go everywhere. The politics is supporting cars by widening the roads, renovating the roads, making car parks and so on. So if we should shrink the use of cars, then we should make the use of cars less convenient and make the use of alternatives more convenient. That's I think the relatively logical thing to do. And as I said before, the alternatives have to be more meaningful, and I will not say economically more cheap to use, but they should be meaningful in a way for society, not only for the users. And on the other hand, the people that are using cars, we should make them harder to use them if we don't want to use them. But for people that are living very separate and far away, I think maybe the car is the most convenient and also meaningful form of mobility, and for them it should be an option.
in my region, in main cities, modal split is about 50 to 50. 50% by car, 50% by the other means, I would say, environmentally friendly, for example, public transport, scooters, bikes, etc. But main cities. And complete other situation is in rural areas that about only 20% use public transport, and the other 80% use their own cars. It's very common in Poland that in rural areas people have 2, 3 cars per household because they have no other options. So in my opinion, it's very important that we are talking about DRT. It's very important that we want to introduce a new system for our citizens to encourage them to use public transport instead of a car. Very often a distance between households and the nearest bus stop is very big, and residents say, okay, I prefer to take a car and to go to use it riding to the city, yes, and they cause traffic jams, environmental pollution, and so on. But I would like to mention one thing that is important, that DRT should be fully integrated with the regular transport. I mean tariff integration, but not only tariff integration. DRT should also be integrated, I would say physically. It should offer convenient interchanges, as well as timetables should be fully integrated between DRT and backbone transport.
Thank you very much. A lot of different aspects, good aspects were already told. So I think in general, having a car is expensive, I think. If you ask people, what does it cost you to go from A to B with your car? The answer is mostly wrong, because they tell me about the gas price. And I mean, owning a car, having a car, paying the insurance, parking tickets, and so on, it's much more expensive than I think they can sometimes imagine. And so, yeah, I think in mobility planning, just a general answer from my side, it's about creating good offers to the people. And today I was taking the train from Innsbruck to Vienna. It's 5 hours away. It only takes me 4 hours. It's 500 kilometers away. 4 hours, it's way cheaper than the car. It's much more comfortable. And this mobility offer is so good that someone that always used the car for going from Innsbruck to Vienna tried this offer once, because he probably had other role models in his family or at his office. And then you have the experience and you do it again and again. And from this experience, another mobility routines derive. And we also need these good mobility offers in the rural areas. And of course, there are other challenges, because in the cities, we often have a traffic problem and a mobility problem. In rural areas, we sometimes only have mobility problems and not the traffic problem, because the space is not the problem. And I mean, just 2 numbers from Tyrol, 42% of the trips done by car, they are shorter than 5 kilometers. I mean, this is not logic, and this is not rational. And in 10 cars, there's only sitting 12 people. So we can hope for the technical progress and for the e-mobility as well, of course, because it will make the traffic system more energy efficient. But we have to change the mobility behavior anyways, because we cannot continue like this. And so also from the experience from the project, the e-car sharing, I really hope it will help when we enroll it in Tyrol. It will help families to reduce their amount of cars, but we also need to create other good and easy mobility offers for the people living in rural areas. And often it's not about that they take the car from A to B as you did in the 70s. It's about when there is no good offer for public transport, then take the car to the first train or bus station. And there, of course, we need parking facilities. Then you go in the city and then you take a bike share or you just walk. So, I mean, the world is getting more complex, also the mobility systems. And so, yeah, I hope we can together continue. I mean, we need the climate neutrality in Austria in 2040. There's just one way ahead. It's like the the sustainable backbone of our transport system. This is walking, biking, and public transport. And I think we have to just continue to enhancing those sustainable transport modes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm fully agree with the previous speakers who told that the car usage costs a lot of money because the average users don't calculate depreciation, for example. So everybody thinks it's very cost effective and cost less money. But for example, I have a personal use case. I don't have own car, but if I need a car, I rent a car, or I use car sharing, or use taxi as taxi user, or I'm using public transport. But if we go back to the basic problem, I think DRT must be not only in frame of public transport system, but it must be incorporated into the mobility offer. So for this, I think we have to use and introduce a mass application also in Budapest. As we mentioned, we have now still a separate application for DRT system. We decided to use it because that time we are already planned to renew the existing travel planner, but we had no time to wait for them for it. So no, it's already exists, the new travel planner, which has also a ticket shopping opportunity. And our vision is to integrate all mobility offer which are in Budapest into one application. And I think this application have to operated by the authority side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your valuable contribution. Just to sum it up a little bit, what I heard from your statements now is mainly to redirect the streams of the money, even the individual costs, but also the social costs were mentioned, and this considering in the budgeting of how to distribute the money in. At least it's the tax money, it's our money anyway, so you mentioned it already. And the other keyword was what I heard, this could be a good idea for a new project, is the integration. Now we have the pilots, they are running successfully, but the next step would be, of course, in some of our pilots, they are somehow integrated in the system, but there is room for improvement in all of these case studies. So this could be a very important next step to integrate the services, so to avoid competition between the sustainable transport modes, especially from the conventional lines and the DRT level. There's some risk in some countries, I heard. So this is maybe what this might take away from this discussion here. So thank you once again for contributing and always giving our feedback for our project. So the project is ending. That's the bad news in just 1 month. So, but we will get in contact with you and you will get the final result of our project. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Roman. Thank you to the participants. Before we start our final presentation and start then finally our SMACKER video, we kindly ask you to return our feedback questionnaire. So at the registration, we handed over a short questionnaire about feedback or to give us feedback to the conference. So kindly ask to fill it in. And there is a box at the registration there. So just drop it off when you are leaving. And secondly, we produced a short info flyer. So I will pass it on, take as many as you like, distribute it among your colleagues, whomever you feel interested in. Gina, just pass it on, please. Yeah. So coming to our final presentation, as we start this morning with a key presentation, we decided to have a key presentation at the very end of the conference, talking about the future of rural and peripheral transport in Europe. So it is a kind of outlook then. So what happens after SMACKER? The presentation is given by Brian Masson. Brian Masson has 48 years experience in the public transport sector, 25 years he worked in the UK bus industry. He is an advisor to the World Bank. He's an external advisor in the EU Smarter 2 project. He is a non-executive director of community transport in Glasgow, an advisor to Scottish Accessibility Transport Alliance, chair UK Skills Gap in Transport Planning Working Group. He was partner in over 25 European transport projects, and he is fellow of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. Brian, your presentation, please.
Thank you very much. Well, I'd just like to thank BOKU for the invitation to speak today. I'm disappointed I'm not there seeing everyone that's there and catching up with all colleagues from Bologna and from BOKU. I've got to say today has been a very interesting event, and congratulations on your project, because everything you brought up today is going to be really necessary if we're going to build a new Europe. Anyway, the future of rural transport and peripheral transport in Europe, we need a crystal ball. The only certainty we have in this day and age is uncertainty. So, as I brought up earlier this morning, when we're looking at the cost, everybody's looking at the cost of DRT. Yes, it's expensive. How can we make money out of it? How can we save money out of it? But the thing is, if we look at transport in isolation of everything else in society, we are making a mistake. Transport is a facilitator for life. We need transport to bring stuff to us, and we need to be able to participate in life's wonderful array of events. From the day you're born to the day you die, you're a consumer with different needs. Today's problem will be solved by a technology which will create a different type of problem. And as we get older, our needs change as well. So when we're going to look at things, we've got to look, what is the real problem we're trying to solve? The cost of public transport outside the peak times and for vulnerable groups is expensive. But if we don't provide that transport, it's also expensive to society. So we need to understand the impacts caused by poor access to public transport, and particularly of social impacts. None of us had any choice where we were born. None of us have any choice of the illnesses or the problems that face us. We have to respond to events, and we have to work together. And having been involved in over 25 European projects, I'm just glad there is a European Union, because the research is certainly taking place over the last 22 years I've been involved, will be fundamentally important on how we build a brand new world. And we've got to understand the needs of people. We have to involve everybody in the design of services, and we need to make sure each stakeholder realizes why they need to change. So if we don't provide transport, we've got to look at the myriad of problems that we'll face. We know mental health issues have increased because of COVID. We know if you stay in a rural area and you've got no access to anybody, you could turn to drink, drugs, crime. Isolation causes a whole load of problems. That has a cost to society. Someone going to jail costs about €60,000 a year. Well, what's that for one person? What's the cost of somebody in drugs rehabilitation? What's the cost of sending a doctor out to a rural area? What's the cost of rural kids having to move out of their home area because they can't get a job? How do we know the impact of COVID? Do people want to continue living in flats in cities, or do they want to move to rural areas? And when you look at Eastern Europe, having been involved in Bulgaria, Romania, and Slovakia, as the Eastern European areas get more prosperous, more people want to move out of the towns into rural areas. So how do we make sure our planning rules and regulations look at the access to and from cities? Because we just transfer the problem from the cities to the rural areas, and then the people still work in the cities cause the congestion. So for every problem that we solve, we can create a different type of problem, which needs business models and tools such as the SMACKER toolkit and SUMP and other things to guide authorities, governments throughout Europe on what is the best way forward to develop services. Now, when we're going to do anything, we just don't do it for the sake of doing it. We have got goals we're trying to achieve. So what do communities want? Everybody wants to stay in an attractive place to live, work, and visit. We've got to tick the box there, so there's no argument. And remember, when you're looking to address transport problems, you can't get everything that people want. It's needs. What do people actually need? We live in a tighter and tighter funding regime, but particularly just now, with increased energy costs. Funding is not unlimited. We have to make sure we get the best value for money. And that means we need to maximize use of resources. If we don't do that, we're never going to do anything in a cost-effective manner. And the other thing is, we will never please everyone. That's a fact. One person might think a service is great, somebody else won't. So embrace Pareto principle. You can please 80% of the people 80% of the time. If you're doing that, you're doing a good job. And we need to empower communities and stakeholders to work together. We have the technology, we have the business models, but have we got the will to trust each other to make things work? And based on the fact I've been doing this for 22 years with European projects and thinking we had business models that could work, technology is the easy part. It's getting people to work together. It's the difficulty. So what's wrong with the current system? Why do we need to change? Well, what we do certainly doesn't meet the ever-changing needs of individual communities. It doesn't encourage social inclusion or sustainability. It doesn't maximize the use of the resources. And there's too many stakeholders in the decision-making process that are not actually end users. And regulations do not aid innovation. You can invent something and find out it's totally illegal because such as scooters, electric bikes have faced these problems. And then we have silo mentality. Oh, that doesn't fit in with our structure. Health looks after health, education looks after education. And so we go on social services, et cetera, et cetera. We need to recognize that the population of Europe is around 350 or 450 million. But if we break it into silos, that population gets bigger and bigger. We need to be holistic in our approach to understand the total needs of rural areas and urban areas. And then we've got the environmental challenges. How do we convince everybody that we are all part of the problem? You and I and everybody in the room in Vienna and everywhere else, we are responsible for the mess this world is in. Why? Marketing, the media, we just want to keep up. We want a car. Eastern Europe is facing these problems now after communism, where you couldn't buy a car. There was restrictions on what type of car you could buy. Suddenly you get freedoms. The place gets more prosperous. Why shouldn't they have their moment in the sun and be able to get cars? But conversely, do they want to make the same mistakes and end up with the same pollution and congestion? How do we manage to get people to work together? And when you look at tourism, particularly in rural areas, it's the last bastion of fresh air, wonder of nature, to see animals, nature in its wonderful glory. We don't want to be building roads in there and dual carriageways and motorways. We want to minimize the impact of tourism. So again, how do we get everybody in the room to say, okay, how do we work together to meet these objectives? Surely nobody's going to argue against that. And the SMACKER project has played a vital role in highlighting the range of tools. There is no magic bullet. There is no magic wand. We have to accept that each area has its unique challenges and its unique opportunities. We live in a wonderful world, and it'll come back to people. If you look at the SMACKER project and the teams that are in there, you look at Bologna and the excellent team there, you look at BOKU, they have been doing this for years, and the other partners involved in the project. They're not motivated by, oh, it's a job. They want to change the world. And the lessons that the SMACKER team have worked together on and come to the conclusions, those need to be shared. And then we can convince people based on actual pilot projects and results, what is achievable. Climate change, the impacts on rural mobility, we want to use less fossil fuels. We look at the rural areas, they could become the powerhouse of Europe. When we look at wind, solar, hydro, geothermal, biofuels, battery storage, potentially rural areas could become asset rich, attractive places to live. But then we have to look at the business models of who's going to provide the fuels. Is it going to be big companies or community fuel companies? That's why I raised earlier on today, do we have to look at community fuel companies maybe becoming transport providers using the electricity that's generated locally to reduce the costs? And East Tyrol and the SMARTER project showed the way that this is possible. And will DRT be a solution not just for people, but also for goods in rural areas to get, as more people move back to a rural area, if we can get the power there, will people set up companies in rural areas against cities? Tourism has to be the key objective, that this is sustainable across Europe. We have wonderful countries. We want people to visit, but we don't want to destroy them. And we've got to realize that it's a seasonal demand. As the seasons change, so do the demands. So we need flexible transport systems that respond to those. And we need to use existing resources. So what do we do with school buses when the schools are off? What do we do with the vehicles used for social services, the likes? How can we look at green alternatives to the car, cycling, walking, skiing, water ferries or boats? And how do we encourage the arts? We spend billions on destruction in this world, sadly, but we spend very little on the things that bring pleasure to us, such as music, arts, crafts, and sports and the likes. Do we want to put a smile back on people's faces? We have spent 2.5 years of misery and continuing. We need to give people hope, and rural areas can help. And we have to aid healthy living and eating styles. Agriculture as well. The one thing we're facing globally, we're looking at food shortages. If we're going to change to more sustainable agriculture, we need to get people to and from the farms, goods to and from the farms. Could that be a further growth area for DRT, ride sharing, car sharing, community transport? How do we get the local projects, produce to and from the farms to the people? And commuting from rural areas. If more people move to rural areas to live and they commute to the cities, we could end up causing more congestion in the cities unless we provide sustainable transport links to BRT, trains, trams, or whatever. So a lot of the comments today about creating multimodal hubs has to be recognised. And we have transport models and tools such as SUMP to actually guide the design of our cities. And we need to look at the tools developed by, say, SMACKER and the SMARTER project to look at how we can actually guide authorities and stakeholders to design more integrated services. And as more people have access to cars, we've got to minimise the impacts in rural areas. So we need to provide an alternative. So the impacts of COVID, well, I hoped that COVID would bring society together and we could learn to live together and help each other. And how has COVID impacted on rural life and mobility? Our community is coming together to help each other. I hope so. They certainly aren't in the UK, which is a disappointment. Will more people move out of cities to rural areas? Only time will tell. Online working is proven to be successful, so maybe rural areas will become an attractive place because you don't have to commute to cities. And online shopping has shown that it can be delivered anywhere. And as more people get access to greater ranges of produce at a reasonable price, the old saying of staying in a rural area is expensive might become less so. And you can maybe end up with Amazon type services carrying people as well as produce. So one thing's for sure, we need a new business model required in rural areas, such as those developed in the SMACKER project. Given all the challenges, we need to be more holistic. We have to stop looking at solving transport problems in rural areas. We've got to start solving life problems, of which transport will be a major player. And we need to break down the silo mentality in planning and policies. And this leads to a more cooperative business model approach. We had the same challenges in Smarter 2, and our multimodal network's the future. For me, it has to be. We have to maximize the resources we've got. And if you look at DRT in places like Denmark, that is provided from taxi companies where across the whole country. But the problem is, once you move to a DRT agency, and it's been raised a number of times today, who is going to run that agency? Who's going to be responsible when issues arise? Who's going to share the data and the revenues? Have the transport authorities got the skills? Have we got the legal requirements to coordinate everything through agencies? And have we got the infrastructure? So this comes back to, if we're going to develop things, we need multi-stakeholder engagement, as was done in the Smarter project, using co-creation or lead time methods. We've got to make sure everybody's involved. And that is to actually allow every stakeholder to understand the challenges that's going to face both them and the other stakeholders. So as soon as you break down the barriers and everybody understands the need for change, you are more likely to have a positive impact. And everybody has to give a little for everybody to gain a lot. And if we can get bottom-up decision-making coming from the users and everybody, this provides a more sustainable solution. Well, way back in 2002, one of my first European projects, we were working on creating a virtual agency for DRT. So everybody is thinking about DRT as a quick solution and this is going to solve the world's problems. It's not. It was 2019 before this business model was actually highlighted at the G20 summit in Tokyo. So basically, if you have an agency in the middle, you can coordinate all the transport needs for all agencies, all departments, all transport demands from society. Simple. We get all this data, then you can broker. It's a simple business model. From on the left-hand side, you have the supply, the demand generators from the day you're born to the day you die, who make a booking through an agency in the middle, who gives you a solution from the total supply chain. Now, here's the thing, demand responsive transport in its simplest terms is every mode of transport. There'll be greater demands for bigger vehicles, smaller demands for smaller vehicles. So if we break down the misconception that DRT is smaller vehicles and embrace in a multimodal framework that an agency can coordinate all this in real time, in theory, you think this is utopia. But trust me, it's not. We thought we were going to be the next Bill Gates, and it never happened because the people on the left-hand side will not pay more for the agency, and the operators on the right-hand side don't want to share revenues. However, we have the technology to make this work. It's just a question of how do we make it work? Mass Global have not made it work. Uber's not made it work. Nobody's making any money out of this, but yet we have the means of identifying the total needs of society with the supply chain. So who's going to pay for the agency? This is the million-dollar question. Well, it has to be a non-profit making organization. And I think the only way forward is going to be multi-stakeholder business models where we all share in the cost, we all share in the risk, and we all share in the rewards. And society benefits from the total holistic approach, benefiting society as a whole. Simple to say, never been cracked yet. I'm hoping I'll live long enough to do this. The European Union recognised that investment in ITS, which we need, but the ITS is only a tool, has been pretty poor because we've got the technology, but unless we share the data and we're willing to work together, the results have been terrible. In 2019, we reported back the results of the New Bits project, where we were actually, through having multi-stakeholder business models, being able to show a return on investment between 2.5 times and 13 times return on investment. And that was done in rail, freight, smart traffic lights, and car sharing. So it was applicable and the results were positive, each of these modes. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility if we adopt similar approaches that we can get positive results in rural and urban areas. So the conclusion has to be that we are facing the biggest challenges that we've ever faced in 70 years, fact. However, this is also a time to reflect on how we do things and can we change the way we can actually do things in the future? And can we bring communities together and stakeholders together? And can we need support from local authorities, the governments and the European Union. We need funding. But one thing is certain, there is no shortage of technology. I don't think we have any real gaps in the technology sector. We do have a real gap in mentality and being ability to work together. We do have the business models at New Bits, Smart and SMACKER that can guide organizations to consider well thought out business models that could help sustainable development of transport. And we all want a cleaner, healthier, peaceful, sustainable world. Who doesn't? So that's not going to be a barrier. So resistance to change, and we have to break this down. Trust. Who trusts the person sitting next to them? And unless we can actually get everybody to realize that everybody's involved in this, we will never make any headways. And we need to get long-term political support. It's not going to be quick, and we need all political parties to realize the importance of working together long-term. And we need to get this data sharing issue sorted, because we cannot make good management decisions unless we have really good data that we can trust. And we have to have systems that work together, and we've got to accept that we're all part of the challenges and we all need to be part of the solutions. And trust, if we all work together, I think we can build a world one world where we're all equal. It's easy to say, it's a panacea, but the world over the last 3 years, 2.5 years, has realized that we're not going any place quickly unless we do things differently. And at that, I would just like to say thank you, and I'm open to questions if anybody's got any questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, for the very interesting presentation. And I'm really happy that you have not raised questions only, but provided solutions as well. And I like your final statement about one world and the trust and living together. So I think it's more important than ever to raise this issue that we are living on one planet, that we are living in the same world. Exactly. Yep. I think the challenge is to convince then the other people that this is the truth, so that we have to live together in a way.
Without a doubt, I think this is where the European Commission could play a greater role. They're wonderful at funding projects, but and we have so many good practices in cities like Bologna and Vienna and East Tyrol for rural areas and other cities across Europe, where you look at the impacts of investment in European funding and the results have been achieved, but nobody gets to see how they work unless they visit these cities. And I think Euronews, we should be promoting more. And I go back to way back in the day. When I was project manager, this is 2005, when I was project manager at Community Transport Organisation in Angus, and our DRT models were getting highlighted in documents like this, but not many people read those. And I think if we can show to the world in some documentary series that we keep saying that the world's facing a disaster, but there's very few channels in the media promoting what is actually working. Everybody's on about the challenges, but there's huge, great solutions, such as the cycling initiatives in Bologna, how we managed to convince the people in Florence to accept the trams and protect the heritage of the city after loads of problems 20 years ago. They resisted that. Now they see the benefits. It's how we can get people across that it's not a dream, that there's actually lots of good practice out there in Europe. How can people actually see things and say, how have we not got that here? And how can we convince everybody to work together to achieve the same results? That's the future. That's the biggest problem. It's not, and we have to recognize money is going to be really tight for the next 5 years. So we need to learn from all this research that's already been done. There's not much has to be I don't think we need to invest much more in research. It's just how do we get existing results into the public domain and get things happening quicker.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions to Brian? Any comments to his presentation? Please raise your hand. No questions from the audience. Is there a question online, Valerie? So there's no question. Everything clear, Brian. Thanks a lot for the comprehensive, convincing presentation. But maybe one question from my side. You talk a lot about technologies. And when we are talking about DRT, we often mention the automation. So what do you think about that? Thinking of the near future, do you think that this is a possibility to save costs, or are there further problems when we are going for automatization?
Well, when you look at the client groups, if you go for automation and autonomous vehicles and the likes, one, we'll need to be really sure that they can work in rural areas, and because of the weather and the types of roads and the likes. And people that are traveling, if it's vulnerable groups, elderly or the likes, they love speaking to somebody. They love having somebody to share with. And I think building the trust to get people in the public transport is going to be bad enough out of a car, but to get them into autonomous vehicles that are going to maybe travel a third of the speed of a car and take longer, I just can't see it in the near future. Okay, it could reduce costs, maybe, but now we've got autonomous bus tests going on here, but they're actually putting staff on the bus to collect the fares because nobody's paying. So you're still having to put a cost in there. So I think, given the problems we've faced in the last 2 years, I think society has to accept we have to help each other. And there is a cost to providing staff. But again, what is the cost of not providing staff, particularly for vulnerable people? And yeah, I mean, for tourism in a rural area, if you've got a driver that can tell everybody what's going on, instead of people just getting on a vehicle that's got no information, sure, you could have a recording, but it's sometimes better having a character that can tell stories and respond quickly and give some input.
Thank you very much for that opinion. I mean, I'm almost in line with you, so, but maybe we are the same generation. But anyway, are there any further questions from the audience? If not, then A big hand to Brian. Thanks for.
Well, thanks very much. Much appreciated. Sorry again, I'm not there, and I hope to meet you all at some stage in the near future. Thank you.
Yes, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you.
So the final action, the final highlight of our conference are the SMACKER video. But before that, just a short announcement. We kindly ask the SMACKER partners then to stay right outside to the left-hand side for a group photo. So because we want to document, so for the SMACKER partners. So coming to the video, Giuseppe will introduce the video briefly. So Giuseppe, a few words.
That's work. Okay. Thank you, Oliver. Just a few words to say again. Thanks to BOKU for hospitality. It's not the video, but it's due because you made a great job in arranging all today the conference in this way for people here and also for people at home. About the video, I have nothing to say, but that the video is a kind of a resume of what we have done in these 3 years. So it's a 3-minute video that collects 3 years of work. And it was not that easy to do it, but we were ready just 2 days ago. So I thanks again all the partners, and you will see in the video some glimpse of the pilots and the introduction of what SMACKER is for in terms of DRT, in terms of quality of life to the people involved. So thanks again, and it's time to see the video. Thank you.
SMACKER Projects wants to improve mobility in peripheral and rural areas in Central Europe by promoting sustainable and demand-responsive transport services to connect local systems to the trans-European transport network. SMACKER is led by SRM. The Public Transport Authority of Bologna involves 9 partners from 6 European countries and has a total budget of 2.1 million euros. Collaboration has made possible to develop 6 pilot actions implementing behavior change campaigns and new demand-responsive transport services. SMACKER pilots are both rural and suburban. The direct beneficiaries are residents, commuters and tourists. In the Bologna Apennines, the SMACKER pilot has developed Callbus, an app-based fully flexible transport service covering last mile to and from railway stations. In a suburb of the city of Gdynia, marketing and nudging measures have transformed bus stops into urban islands, improving the quality of waiting times for public transport users. In the Murska Sobota rural and spa area of Pomorie region, SMACKER has implemented the app-oriented Responsi bus service, mainly active in the evenings and on weekends. The municipality of Prague-Suchdol has studied the feasibility of a new multimodal terminal that can also host flexible transport services and has also conducted nudging campaigns with pupils. The Budapest Transport Authority, BKK, has optimized and enabled online booking for some existing flexible transport services and has better integrated them into the public transport network of the city. In the Alpine region of East Tyrol, SMACKER has provided new e-car sharing stations, carried out social research for sustainable mobility offers, and improved the visibility of existing public transport services for tourists. Through the integrated actions, SMACKER has improved planning and coordination of the 6 regional passenger transport systems and has better connected them to the national and European transport networks. SMACKER has raised the quality of daily life and the image of the regions involved, making them more attractive. To learn more about SMACKER outputs and its legacy, visit our website.
It's almost SMACKER in a nutshell. So we kindly ask you then to distribute the link among your field of working areas. And well, I hope you enjoyed the conference. I told you that we distributed feedbacks, forms to be filled in. So hopefully you enjoyed it. If not, you can do with the feedback form whatever you like. Well, I want to thank you, of course, all the helping hands. So our technicians, my colleague Valerie sitting here on the chat, on the online, watching the comments. So give them a big hand. That the conference worked as, it was the first time that we organized a hybrid conference in that way, but I think it worked very, very well. So thank you very much for the support for the technicians. So I wish you all then a safe journey home. SMACKER partners, we will meet some of you tomorrow morning. Yes, yeah, tomorrow morning. Sorry? 10, no? We stay with 10. Okay, so SMACKER partners will meet tomorrow morning. Have a nice evening in Vienna or a safe journey home, and bye-bye.
Thank you.